live. Thanks everybody for joining us tonight, or whenever night you actually end up watching this. This is the 52nd episode of Playtest This edition. Time of, I don't know, 52nd Playtest This episode. And tonight we are welcoming Hyunil O. And let's first meet our star-studded panel, which includes Sasha Jelton.
All right. Hello, I'm Sasha. I'm a designer in Portland. I like teaching board game design to middle schoolers and elementary school kids. Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
I'm Evan Halbert. I'm also a board game designer. I do not teach kids, but I bet that would be fun. And tonight we have Hyunil O. Why don't you give us an introduction?
Thank you very much. My name is Hyunil, and I just started designing games over a year ago. So I don't know if I am the most suited person to be called board game designer just yet, but I'm trying to be a serious one. Trying to learn from playtests and from other designers and people all around the world. Hopefully, this game pleases you guys and the viewers of this Playtest This channel.
Oh, look at this. We have a sudden guest designer coming in to also playtest. Awesome.
And I think he needs to keep reminding voters of that. You know, the inflation.
Hello?
Hey, Kif, how's it going? And I think we were hearing his stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
Now he's muted.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait for it till he's up and running. But I just want to point out that just because you don't have anything published yet doesn't mean that you're not a game designer. If you're in the middle of designing a game, guess what? You're a game designer.
Thank you.
That's just how it works. If you're writing a book, guess what? You're a writer. If you're,
Yeah, you're right.
So let's see if Kif gets up and running here shortly, and then let's say hi to whoever's in the chat. Who's in the chat? Anybody? Nobody?
Not yet. Oh, Kif said I can't stay. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It was good to see you.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for popping in.
That's all good. Well, thanks for dropping by. Oh, blowing some kisses.
Thank you for dropping by.
Okay, well, if he's not actually going to pop on, let's have you give us the teach.
Right. So my game is called Sadangpae. So in this game, you are the leader of a troupe, a group of street performers, which was called Sadangpae in the around 16th century Korea. Hence the title of Sadangpae here. As a leader of a troupe, your mission is to bring the most reputation to your troupe by increasing ratings, leading trends, and showcasing performances, and etc. So in this world of Sadangpae, the performers are all dice. So let me just clear that up. And by adding the module 2, this game has 2 modules, but I don't think we are going to play with all those modules today. But by adding module 2, you will also be expanding your parade to win the game as well. In order to achieve them, you will send your apprentices, obviously they're also dice, to carry out various actions and gather celebrities, again dice, to your troupe for in order to do different showcases. The end game is triggered when any player completes 8 showcase cards that is next to the player board here. It's a little bit messed up right now, but they are 8 for sure. And fills 3 columns, like this here, 3 columns or 2 rows on your action slots on your player board. Or anytime this pop card runs out, then the end game is triggered.
Okay.
When the end game is triggered, the other players take the last turn and the game ends. So the player who triggered the end game does not get to take the last turn. Players all the players count the scores, and whoever has the highest reputation points wins the game. So the game scoring is mostly based on 5 different aspects, which is also depicted on the game board on top of it. So the objective and track advancement on rating tracks, action markers on your player board here, and they are all written on the player board how many points you get, and showcase reputation points, which is also written here as a reminder. So 5 points for every completed showcase next to your player board. And depending on the scoring condition and how many times you did it, you're gonna get some reputation points at the end. Reputation points is basically the victory points in this game. And also remaining resources on your tracker, resource tracker on the player board, and the dice on the stage on your player board will get you some points at the end of the game as well. So what do you do in the game? In the beginning of and during the game, you will receive apprentice dice, just like this here on your player board. You'll receive certain number of apprentice dice, which you will be using as workers. In the game, you will notice that the pip and the color of the dice are important. The pip of the dice you have, so the pip of the apprentice die does not matter in this base game, but it plays certain role in a module. Okay, so there are 3 types of turns which are written on the player's aid, also placed next to your player board as well, but this one is just enlarged for the sake of the viewers. There are 3 types. So A, action, B, break, and C, collect turn. An action turn proceeds in 3 steps. First, place one of your apprentice dice from your player board at the entrance of any of the action spaces in the center of the game board. Second, so I'm just gonna place it as an example. Second, you're gonna do the action corresponding to the action space you're taking with your apprentice. Third, using your apprentice die that you sent, bump out one of the 2 celebrities in the action space. Well, in the physical version, you will be able to bump out physically, but this is almost impossible in TTS. So we will be just taking the die that we need and just replace it with apprentice die that you used. In any case, the celebrity die that you just bumped out from the action space goes to your stage on your player board. Where does it go on the stage is depending on the pip number of the die. So this one is 3. So it can go one of these 3 spaces on the last column of the stage. So it can go here. So if it was, let's say 1, then it can go one of the 3 spaces on the leftmost column. Okay. So what you're doing with these celebrities is that you're building certain polyomino shape. The polyomino shape that you make is based on the showcase cards in your hand. So in the beginning of the game, you will get 3 showcase cards in your hand to start with. And you have to have 4 dice on your stage that match the shape and the color combination of a showcase card to complete the card, as well as certain skill resource that is written on the card as well. The shape can be rotated or flipped as you like, and the color order on the card does not matter. So you are trying to collect these dice from the action space in order to make any of the shape and the color combination that you have in your hand. All right, that's the action turn. Break turn is very simple. It's simply just taking 3 resources of any combination. It's also written on the game board here. In this game, there are 3 resources, basic resources. The red is the skill, and the sky blue, this one is inspiration. This is liquor jar, so which obviously gives you some inspiration. And the blue resource is like. Okay, the third type of turn is collect turn. A collect turn has to be taken when you are out of the apprentice dice. Of course, you can take a break turn before you collect turn, but at the end of the day, you will need some apprentice dice to proceed the game. So you will be taking the collect turn. You may not take the collect turn when you have any apprentice dice on your player board. So how does it go? First, choose one of the 4 pop cards. The pop cards are here. Out of 4 displayed. So you choose, say, this one. Then collect rewards indicated on the slot here, as well as on the card. And also collect the dice, apprentice dice, corresponding to the card. So let's say these ones, and roll them, and you're just gonna keep them on the player board like this. And then you're gonna keep the card, this pop card, next to your player board, as this will give you some sort of a ongoing income. And of course, you replenish for the next player. Sorry. So you are going to, so second, you're going to gain some income according to your player board as well. So that is also written, the procedure is also written on the player board on the left-hand side. First, you're gonna collect some inspiration resource from the training and some skill resource from the advertisement. And third step would be discarding the showcase cards in your hand down to 8. So these 3 are the basic, all types of turns you may take for your turn. These are also written on the player's aid, and also you will be assisted by the icons on the player board as well, and I will also help you for the first few turns that you will be confused. There are some bonus actions, 3 bonus actions, which are also depicted on your player's aid as well as player board. First is dice manipulation. You may flip your like token here. It will be moving back and forth. You may flip this one in order to manipulate the color or pip of one apprentice or celebrity die on your player board. So any die on your player board, you may choose one, and you can either change the pip number or change the color of the die. So you can do that for your celebrity die in order to change the organization and the color combination as well. So second bonus action is promotion. That's you are going to you may pay as many like as indicated on top of the game board and gain the corresponding rewards, which I will explain later on about these icons. The third bonus action you may take is a clumsy showcase. You may discard a celebrity die from your stage to gain any resource. You may take a bonus action during any time during your turn, but you may do it only once per turn. So that is pretty much everything about the core rule that you need to know to take a turn. And I will move on to the actions in details. But if you have any questions at this point, I can answer.
I mean, I definitely feel like I should save stuff mainly for when we start playing. But one thing that I was curious about, so are these two icons saying you can change a die to be the color of your choice or the number of your choice? Is that what these icons are saying?
You can choose one aspect, so pip or color, and choose apprentice or celebrity. So you can choose, you can do only one type of manipulation.
But that's what these icons mean?
Yeah, that's what I wanted
Okay.
to represent.
Got it.
All right, so then I will move on to the some description of explanation of the actions. Generally, for the 4 action spaces on the corner of the game board, on the center of the game board here, you pay the cost as written on your player board on the leftmost empty slot, and you're gonna do the action. So if I go back to the player board here, I will just remove all these tokens. You see that these 4 action slots here, the icons correspond to the action spaces, 4 action spaces on the game board. And you can see that each slot has some sort of a inspiration icon with number, and that's how much you pay in order to take the action. The color of the apprentice die that you send to the action space, that determines which color of token you may take from the corresponding section on the game board. So if you do this action, you're gonna take one of these tokens that matches the color of the apprentice die that you are just placing on the action space. So one of these pink tokens on the space. So you're gonna take, let's say this one, you place this on the corresponding action slot, which is this training icon here on the leftmost empty space on the player board, and you're gonna gain the rewards that corresponds to the token, the place of the token that you just took it from the game board. How do you do that? I will explain further each of them later on. Okay, and before we move on to the details, each action spaces, each actions that you take, plus the pop card, as I mentioned, they are engines in the game triggered by different aspects. As I previously mentioned, the most pop cards, most of them, not all of them, just like this one, it does not have any indication on the bottom of the card, but most of them has certain indication here. And you so you gain like resource when you complete any showcase. So that's showcase icon here. Then you do that, then you may increase this like token, or if it's flipped back, then you can flip it to its face up in order to do another dice manipulation. Here, the training and advertise, they provide resource of inspiration and skill every time you take a collect turn. Collect turn is indicated by this icon here. The fans here, this is a fan action, fan club action. The fans give you inspiration each time you complete an exciting showcase, which is indicated by this purple firework icon on the showcase cards, as well as on the this slot here. Whereas masters grant you skills whenever you complete a harmonious showcase, which is indicated by this yin and yang icon here, as well as on your player board as well. And in addition to that, completion of a showcase card here gives the previous player, the player who took the turn one before, a bonus of any resource of the choice for any same type of showcase that you completed, that the person completed. So for instance, if the blue player, red player was the first, and the blue player is completing a showcase with this excitement, then this red player, let's see, it's all messed up here, but has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exciting showcases completed. So therefore, the red player collects 5 resources of the choice. Okay, that's how the engine works in the game, and I will help you out during the game. Okay, so back to each of the action spaces here. First, the training, how it works, how you collect the reward, is based on the row and the column. So if I take this yellow token, then what you're gaining is this inspiration and this skill resource. So when you take this one, then you get these 2 resources. When you take the advertise action, what you're doing is to moving around this communal pawn. So every player shares this pawn, and you may move 1 to 2 cities along the gray route. So you may place 1 and 2. However, the rule is you have to, the pawn has to end in a city that has at least 1 token of the color that matches the advertised, because you need to take the token. So if there is no token that's corresponding to the color, then you may not end in that city. So after you move, what you are gaining as a reward is the reward written on the city, as well as the reward on the last route that you took. So if this one moved 1 and 2, then you are taking this one, but not including this one. You may pay 1 more inspiration for every additional move, more than 2 moves on the map. Okay, the third action is the fan club action here. So you're simply taking a token from anywhere from the section. So in this case, that's pink. So you're taking a pink. Then what you are collecting as a reward is at the bottom of the card, as well as on the same row of with the token here. And then after you take this token, then you're just removing this fan, representing that you gain the fan, attracted the fan, and the new fan will show up. Okay, the last actions on the corner is the master action, which simply works the same as the first action here. So you are taking the reward based on the row and the column, but it also the token that you take has to match the color of the apprentice die that you use. Okay, so that's the 4 actions on the corner. The 2 actions in the center of the game board, this one and this one, they work a little bit differently. So the top one is royal party. Your troupe is invited to perform in the palace, which is here. And what you are, so after you place your apprentice die, what you're doing is first you pay the resource, whichever you like to take, and when you pay, what you gain is 1 advancement on the ratings track. Rating tracks are here, and then you have to take the crown of color that corresponds to the apprentice die that you sent. So in this case, either this one or this one. And then you are going to place on your player board, but this time you can place any leftmost empty space on any slot. So you can place it here, or here, here, or here. So it can go anywhere, unlike the other action spaces.
Without paying the inspiration.
Without paying the inspiration. That's a good question. Only paying the skill resource. Okay, the bottom action space here is to take showcase. If you have skill resources, enough skill resources as indicated on your showcase that you want to complete, and 4 dice on your stage that satisfy the shape and color combination, regardless of the orientation and color order on the card, you may complete the showcase. So when you take the action here, simply, let's say you completed something like this one on the blue player's player board, then you may discard. You are discarding these 4 dice from your stage back to the supply, and you're going to, let's say this one does not correspond to the shape and the color combination, but let's pretend we did, and we paid the skill points from the tracker. Then you're going to place it next to your player board, and you're going to collect the reward written on the showcase card that you just completed, which is 1 showcase card from the display here, or from the deck. So from the deck, you're just pressing your luck, but you can choose whatever you see from the game board. Okay, and you are going to collect income according to your pop card and action slots, which are also indicated on the player board. So you are taking, let's say you finish this exciting showcase, so you're only going to take the 3 inspiration points resources, because this one is exciting showcase, and you are also gaining 1 like because you have 1 pop card that indicates for you to take 1 like. So you can either flip back this one or advance 1 to take gain 1 more like resource. Okay. This one is rating tracks, and
hold
whenever
on real quick. What does this part do at the bottom?
Yep. Sorry. Okay. So that's the scoring condition that you are going to consider during the game. So, okay, that's a good point. So I will explain this.
Or if you're going to come back to it, that's okay too.
No, I think it's a good point to talk about it. So there are 4 types. I mean, the colors and the icons, the action space, action icon will be different from card to card, but there are these basically four types of scoring conditions. This one here, you are scoring 2 points for each pair of 1 yellow and 1 pink markers, tokens on the player board, including these masters. They just look different, but they are all count. They all count. So the organization, the orientation does not matter. You just need to have 1 yellow and 1 pink. Doesn't have to be diagonally placed. This one here, you need to have 2 yellow tokens adjacent to each other. So even if you have something like this, it only counts once. You must have 2 pairs like this, then you can point twice for this card. This one, these ones are for the markers tokens on the the action slots. So for each pair, you gain 2 points. For this one, is 1 pair of 2 tokens horizontally placed, and they don't have to be adjacent to each other. So, for example, these 2 here, they count as one time of the scoring. Okay. Does it make sense to you?
I forget, but I think right now
Yeah,
that makes
yeah,
sense.
I will. Yeah, we can come back to it later. Okay, where was I? Oh, rating tracks. Rating tracks. Whenever you gain these three icons, or sometimes you will see this icon with a question mark in the middle. And these indicates the ratings track. So whenever you gain those icons, then you simply advance one. And if you see any resource reward above the disk of your player color, then you gain the reward immediately. And when your disk reaches the last three spaces like this here, like this red player did, sorry, you may claim for the reputation points based on your success of the objective on the same track. So for example, this red player will collect 6 reputation points by default, just by placing it here at the end of the game. And if the red player completed 6 harmonious showcases, then the red player will collect 12 reputation points at the end of the game. And that's how this rating tracks and objective works. And that is pretty much everything the base game of Sadangpae is played. There are some icons that I didn't talk about. For instance, something like this. So you see this diamond shape next to this grid. The grid represents the stage on your player board, and this diamond is the dice. So you are gaining a celebrity die from the supply, not from the game board, from the supply of the color matches the icon. And then you can choose the pip number. You can just place it on 1 or 2 or 3 on your stage as you like. But sometimes you will find more generous icon that's this one. So it has all 4 colors. That means you can choose any color and any pip. You can just basically place any die on any place on the stage of your playboard. Okay, I think this one I can remind you that these ones are the showcase cards. So you're just taking the showcase card from the game board. However, there are some times that you collect 2 showcase cards. Like for instance, like this, you moved the pawn to this city. Then you're gonna collect 2 showcase cards. Then you can gain 1 and refill and then take another one. What else didn't I explain? Like icon, skill icon, inspiration. Okay, I think that's pretty much okay. So this one here is any resource of red color or sky blue. So that's either skill or inspiration icon resource that you take. Okay, that's pretty much everything from the base game. I don't plan to play the game with the module today because obviously this is your first time, but I made 2 modules and I would like to shortly introduce them. So basically the setup of the module 1 here on the left corner of the table includes the simply flipping the game board to the back. I mean, this is the same, but yeah, in the physical version, if you flip it, you just see this icon, and then that's the module 1, and you're also flipping the player board in order to play this module as well. What it adds is some concept that I call unique pip bonus. Unique pip bonus is whenever you are placing an apprentice die of your choice, and that's different from these celebrities on the same action space, then your apprentice is unique. It has some unique performance to show, so that has some benefit in this area. So you gain some bonus of one skill. Whenever you do that, the amount of the bonus increases as you take more master actions in this module. So the income system becomes a little bit different from the base game. And it also changes the income system for the fan actions. So you can see there are 4 icons. So whenever you take a fan action, what you're doing is to take this token to your player board, but apparently there is a cube of your color here. So you're just taking it out when you place it, and you are placing it back to the game board that corresponds to the icon that was under the card that you chose. So this one goes to the training, and that represents that the fan is living in this area of the city. So whenever you go there, you get 2 inspirations each time you do the action. And yeah, that's the first module. And the second module that I included with this game is some parade expansion. So what you simply do is to place this board parade. This is a town next to the player board. And then whenever you are completing a card, showcase card, then you also collect a polyomino piece to play some polyomino puzzle in expanding your own parade to the town, gaining some reputation points and some additional rewards resources during the game. And that's pretty much everything of Sadangpae game.
Sweet.
Cool.
So just for clarity's sake, the polyomino pieces shapes on the cards, they do not matter unless you're playing with this module.
It only matters for the shape of the stage that you are composing. So it has to match the shape of the showcase card. So for instance, it has to be something like this.
Oh, I see.
In order
Okay.
to complete
Got it.
this one with 4 teal dice.
Okay.
Um,
And so these colors can be in any order, but in this shape, right?
Precisely. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I will just open a fresh table. I will be a yellow player. And we are 3 players, so okay. Uh-oh, somehow it did not do what it's supposed to do. Let me open another one. Okay, that worked. I just placed this PDF files of the whole rules and the quick guide just in case, but you can always ask me directly whenever you have some question, of course. Let me just set up quickly this one. In the meantime, would you be placing your discs on the ratings track on this side? The players discs are above your player's board. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, I think it's all set. And yeah, we are ready to play. One thing I did not explain again is you will find I will just rebuild my cards. you will find these 3 showcase cards as well as the 3 small cards that you didn't hear of. These are starting cards. So you can choose 2 for the top rewards, and the other one here will give you the apprentice dice. So you can choose, for instance, I am choosing something like this, let's say. Then I'm collecting 6 inspirations and 6 likes. And I do not take the reward from the top for the 3rd card, but I'm just taking the apprentice dice from the supply here. So 2 pink, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. And I'm going to roll them and place it on the playboard. And that's how the start setup is done. And
Okay.
you no longer need them, so you can just trash them.
Okay. Um,
And is this something I get when I move here?
Yeah. When you move here, then you get 1 inspiration.
Oops. Just roll them all. And once things are placed in here, they cannot move, or we can move them whenever we want.
Sorry.
When we place dice in.
Okay. You're let's say you collected this die from the game board, then you're taking apprentice dice, so they do not go
just
to
go
the
up here.
stage. Yeah, they just go there. But
Got it.
whenever you're just collecting the celebrity die, then you cannot change the location, the space,
Mhm.
even if it's the same pip. You
Got it.
have to use the dice manipulation in order to change the space.
Okay, but this using the dice manipulation changes the space in addition to changing the die. I guess it would obviously would if you'd be changing the number, but
Yeah.
like if you changed a yellow 1 to a blue 1, you could move it to a different.
Oh no, you
spot.
cannot change. Yeah. No, you cannot change the placement if you are changing the color. So even if it's the same pip, then even if you're changing the die, you may not change the space location.
Okay, only if you change the number.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
So I just moved up on this track here. The bonus
Yeah.
that I'm getting is take
Is
a die from the bag.
Yes, directly placing on your stage.
Okay.
And how do these ones get placed on here?
Sorry.
Or do they not?
They don't go there. They are just
these
your
are the
workers.
ones that get placed.
Yeah.
Here, got it. So yeah, basically, I'm placing these 4 out here to get things that would then go here.
Yeah, correct. So I guess we took all the rewards and everything.
I think so.
So allow me to be the first player so that I can show the first move.
Of course.
For instance, I mean, I will just reveal my thought, just to show how the thought process could go. For instance, I have these 2 pinks, apprentice dice that will give me 2 pink tokens. And I want to score them like this because I had it. So I'm going to use one of the pink die. And I would like to have some inspiration resource every time I take collect turn. Then I take this training action. Then I see the board and I will collect this one here, that gives me one any celebrity die on my stage, and one card from the game board. So I take this one, and I need to pay, of course. Sorry, and place it here, and that gives me one die, my choice. So I'm going to take one teal here, to make this polyomino shape and the color combination, as well as one card from the game board. And this one seems very interesting for me because I can score twice for the same thing. So I take that and replenish, and then I get to bump one of them. So I'm going to take this one onto my stage here, and that's my turn.
And so it would be Evan.
So we go, yeah, I think
Clockwise.
that's...
Okay. Well, I don't know if I know exactly what I'm doing, but that's okay. I am going to. So you bump the same color, is that true?
No, you don't need to bump the same color. You're bumping any of the celebrity dice on the same action space.
Okay, well, I'll do it anyway. I'll do the same color anyway. So I'll put this one here. And what happens if you have 5 celebrity dice? Does that mess up, or does it have to be exactly 4?
No, you can have more than 4, of course, but you just don't discard the one that doesn't participate to the showcase.
When they participate, you discard them.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And then I will take one of these, obviously. Let's do. And so I'm placing a blue, which means I'm going to take a blue.
Yeah.
And I will take this guy, which gets me a like and a fancy person.
So describer.
And that costs me 2 of these. But it gets me a like and a fancy person. We'll go here. Yeah. Almost. There we go. Close enough. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I forget, how do we get these pub cards?
So whenever you're running out of, you can only take the collect action when you run out of your
that's
apprentice
the
dice.
collect action.
Yeah.
So we're mainly gonna be sort of taking the action turns.
Yeah.
Until we feel like we need to collect.
Yeah.
Got it. And then collect is you get a pub card, which is that icon. You get a die of your choice. Or
yeah, die of your choice. I mean, that's not die of your choice, but I didn't really figure out.
Yeah, that's
thing. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So pub card. So you get the rewards on the pub card. You get the top thing, and then this is saying your
income from the player board, and then the card hand limit.
Okay, got it. And whenever we play a showcase, we get income of things.
Yeah, whenever you complete a showcase, then this one is actually more, well, it's the same, but
it's the same. Okay, just
yeah, it's the same one, but yeah, so you get to consider your pop card here. If you had one, then you get one like, and then income from considering which showcase type that you have, then you get inspiration or skill depending on which one you're activating.
And then is this just saying that all showcases are worth 5 points, or what is that?
Yeah, worth 5 points at the end of the game. You don't collect it during the game, but it just counts at the end of the game.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thoughts. Let's not a whole lot of that available. I guess I will go. I don't really want to just follow what you guys did, but maybe I will. Let's see. I guess I will go. Here. And so I can move this token up to 2 times. I gain the reward of where it lands plus the reward of the spot right before I get to the location.
Precisely.
Okay. And this just means go up on the track of my choice over here.
Yeah.
Don't know what I care about at this moment. I will go.
Hyunil, what is this goal here?
Okay. So this one is to take 6 actions of the advertise.
So that's having 6 things here.
Oh, I see.
This one here on the second.
Oh yeah,
row. Okay,
that's what
got
I
it.
meant.
Got
That's
it.
what I meant.
Okay, cool.
And just in case, this one is obviously to take 6 of tokens of this color.
Okay. Are these something that are randomized per game?
Yeah. In the beginning of the game, you set up differently with different tiles.
I see it. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go to here. Which I guess the only way I can go right now is this way. And so I get this and this.
Yeah.
Okay, so I go up on the track of my choice. I will take
Whoa.
a die of my choice.
Whoa.
And a die of my choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Man, I do not know what the right call is here. I will go with. I guess I'll take a blue 3, and I'll take a pink no, I'll take a blue 2. And is that into my turn?
You're paying.
Oh, I get this. That's right.
Yeah.
So then this goes here.
Yeah.
And
2 inspirations.
I immediately get 2 or I pay 2 inspirations, or I.
Yeah, you pay 2 inspiration. That's what this arrow means.
Arrow means. Okay.
Yeah. And then you're taking a die from the your action space.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The celebrity is joining you.
I think I'll
be grabbing
this
one. Yeah.
Place that there.
Okay, that's the end of your turn.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Okay, so it's back to me, and I am going to. Okay, that's the pink. 1, 2, 3. But I will just go here on the master action space. I pay 2 and take one of these pink masters and place it here. That grants me 2 inspiration tokens from the row and the column. So I'm collecting it back. 2 inspirations. And then I am going to collect this die like this. And that's my turn.
Do you have to be able to pay the inspiration before you get the bonus inspiration you might get?
Yes,
Okay, so I can't get the bonus and pay to place the thing with the bonus that I get.
correct.
So it's my turn. And my actions are severely limited because I only have 1 inspiration. So let's see. So I'm not doing this spot or this spot. Let's see. And then or this spot. So what action can I take if I don't have 2 inspiration?
So in this case, you may take this action, which costs you skills instead of inspirations,
Uh-huh.
or you may take a break turn to
Okay.
collect some resource,
Got
or you may discard any of your celebrity dice in order to take one
One. Okay.
resource
I could take
in
a
order to
break.
take that. It's a
I see. I see. I will.
This is a free action. Is that what you're gonna
yeah,
say?
that's a free action, so you can do that before you take a turn. So if you have a die that you don't want to have or don't need, then you can just discard one.
I will go here. See. I'll go here. To buy this one. Put it here. And that cost me, what is that, 3? 2.
It's 2.
Great. Okay. And then what else happens up there?
You gain
I gain one of those.
advancement on the track.
Mm-hmm. Let's do this one. Okay.
And
finally collects one. You collect
I collect one of those. Okay.
celebrity dice on the
Okay, great.
action space.
Let's take this one. Go.
so, sorry, I guess I sort of missed what all happened with your turn. You went here
I put my die there. I chose the blue one that was sitting up there, and I paid 2 stars. And I put it down here.
Got it.
And then I also got this bonus, which was any 1 bump up on this, and I used this track here, which got me an inspiration.
Got it.
That was it.
Let's go. And okay, so these values here, or these are saying what
So
exactly?
these are in order to, it's a reminder for how the income goes. So whenever you do this, then you get these type of resource. So whenever
a
you take
pub.
a collect turn, then you get inspiration for this slot. This one is
And
for
that's the number of things that are here.
no, that's the cost that you pay whenever you are taking, like putting this one here, then you pay 2 inspirations. So that's the payment for the cost for actions.
Well,
These are for the
yeah, but I'm
rewards.
saying,
Yeah.
do you just gain one, or do you gain one for each?
You
thing
just
that's
gain
here?
one for each of the tokens that you have.
Okay, got it.
Just one. Yeah.
I do not know what I want to do here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go here again. And I can pay a die to get the one. And
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, if you want, you can just.
Yeah.
Well.
I mean, I think I'll just pay this to get one. So this would go back here. And since I'm doing this action, I'm supposed to first do the map stuff and then take my die, or is there an order?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're supposed to do the action and then take the die.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go to here. Which gives me this and goes onto here. And then I get a teal die and a die of my choice.
Yeah.
I will take a blue. I think I'm gonna go here and here. And oh, now I need a bump. Let's go bump this one, this here. And is that?
You didn't pay your
Oh,
inspiration.
I didn't pay my inspiration yet. I had to pay 2.
I got my eyes on you. I know your
that
ways.
I think is my turn.
Right. Okay, so what do I have here? Okay, that's not very good, but I am going to take this turn, this action, the fan club action, fan action, by paying 2, 1, 2 with a yellow apprentice. Then I'm gonna get this one here. There, that gives me 1 inspiration and 1 skill, and I just remove it from the game board. And then
you already paid the 2. You paid the 2
yeah,
first.
I paid the 2 first.
Got it.
When I was going there.
How do you know it gets you an inspiration and a skill?
Sorry?
Because right here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was right there. So I took it from this slot. So 1 skill and 1 inspiration from the card.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So I'm taking this one, and since before my turn finishes, I'm going to flip this one in order to manipulate this die and place it here, and that's end of my turn.
Um, so I want Hmm. Sorry, my brain is braining. Okay. I think I'm going to go here. Now, if I place a pink one, then I take a pink thing, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a blue one. And take this. So that gets me one of these. And one of these. And then he just goes away.
Yeah.
This goes here. And I spend my 2. And then I take this die, put it here, and turn it to 3. Did I miss anything?
No.
Okay, cool.
You paid for the cost, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'll try this. So I can complete one of my.
Yeah.
I'll try it. Showcase cards.
Okay.
This one I have to pay 4.
Mhm.
And then I spend these 4 cubes.
Right.
And
You get a card from the display or from the deck in your hand.
Let's see. I guess. Can you explain that in-game scoring
Okay,
thing?
so that's the icon is slightly different. I think I made a mistake, but this one corresponds to this action that you have been doing. So each 2 actions you took that can be tracked by the how many tokens on the same slot. Then you take 2
Okay.
points.
So the thumbs up doesn't mean anything on that?
Thumbs up, yeah, that used to be something different, but
okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll take that one since I'm already sort of doing that thing. And normally the person to my right would score something, but since they don't have any showcases, then they don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You get stuff.
Yeah.
Got it.
If you had a pop card, then you
get 1 thing for every showcase that you have completed. Which
of
is
the
0.
same type.
Oh, of the same type.
Of the same type, yeah.
That as well. Okay.
Yeah, that's why there's equal.
Got it.
And you could have taken some rewards from this action, but you didn't take
Yeah, I didn't do that. Yeah.
things. So yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then lastly, you can take one die from the action space.
And
That's
So-
one of these two.
yeah, I wouldn't be able to take the one that I already placed.
Yeah.
But it's the same as one of the other ones. So
Yeah.
it's essentially the same. I will take the 2, I guess. Is that everything?
Yeah. Unless you are taking a bonus action or something, then your turn is pretty much it.
I think that's the end of my turn.
Okay, so that's my turn now. I had a thought before. Okay, so what I'm doing is to spend. So even if the token is on its back, you can still spend to do the promotion action, which is on the top of the game board. I'm spending 4 of my likes, so that's up to 2 in order to collect 1 celebrity die. My choice, and that's going to be this one here. And I also gain 1 advancement on the track. That's this one that gives me 1 inspiration as well. Then 2 resource of my choice. I'm going to take 2 skills. So now it's my turn.
So this is
Yeah.
a bonus action thing.
Yeah, that's the bonus actions. One of the
That's-
3
is that-
bonus actions.
Is that one or that one?
Oh, yeah. That's supposed to be this one, but somehow the icon, I don't know, I imported the wrong
Got it.
image
That
there.
is that.
So
Okay,
that's actually on your clear board
got it.
with the speaker thing.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So I take this action in order to complete this one. I pay 3 skills. This, and I take 1 card from the here, which is this one. I don't have pop card, but I do have 1 token on the master, which gives me 1 skill. However, Sasha could have taken any resource if this
It was
card
the same.
was
Not-
the
Okay.
different one. So I take it's the same. So I'm just going to put it here, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Let's see. I'll put this here and do this showcase, which would be these 4 dice, like so. And what's the cost here?
That's one. That's one. Just
One.
one. But
Okay.
I didn't just put the number there.
Okay. That seems cheaper than the rest.
Yeah.
I will. I will take this one. And let's see what else happens when I do that. I also get 1 of these for this. And what else happens? Is that
You
it?
also take one of the
Um,
die.
Yeah.
Oh, I take a die. Okay. Those two the same.
Well, that one goes into here.
Oh, that one goes into there. Okay. Um, okay.
Was it originally 2, or did you just change the pip
I changed it.
to? You may not change the pip when you are collecting a celebrity die from the game board.
Oh,
They
I think
just
I've done
go
that several
to.
times.
That's fine. They go to the spot they
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So
Yes,
what?
they
I think it was a 3.
work.
Yeah, it was a 3.
I think it was a 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops.
The only time you get to choose is if it's like this symbol
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
with the little
If you're taking it, it is what it
3
is.
by 3.
Got it.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay then.
Do collect turns? Can I do a collect turn now, even though I have a die, or can I not do a collect turn?
No, you may not take a break turn, collect turn when you have an apprentice.
But you could ditch this for a resource and then do it.
Yeah.
You can only ditch that one from the stage.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
These are not apprentices, or
They're
Those are
already
celebrities.
celebrities.
They already
These
did
are
something.
apprentices.
Yeah.
Got it.
Come on now.
Yeah, everyone knows that. Okay, so these should be back in the supply, right?
Yeah, but yeah, you don't need to care that much because we are gonna just
Okay, got it.
take them back.
Okay. Well, I just see there's like a specific number in these bags. Is that is there a limited supply on anything, or is it?
Yeah, there's the dice are limited because I was considering the actual manufacturing process.
Okay.
Sorry.
Got it.
So yeah.
So if I was to try and get a die and it was empty, what would happen?
So sorry. If it was empty, then okay, now I removed it from the table, but there are some small pieces that can be used for a module, and these can replace any of the dice on any player's game board, and they can just simply place them on the stage
Represent
and place them back to the
number.
representing. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And then they can just put them back to the supply.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Well, I do not have any. I guess I could ditch both of these to have enough to do something. So yeah, my options. I guess I could take a break turn,
or
which would get me free,
or you could also do that action because you have enough of the
no, that does
resource.
seem great. I will spend 4 of that, and I will get a die, move up on a track, and then gain 2 I forget the bottle.
Yeah.
What did you end up doing?
I'm doing this bonus action before my turn starts.
Okay.
And I spent 4 likes.
Okay.
To do that bottom one.
Cool.
And then I go up on a track. The track I will go up on is this one,
Whoa.
I guess. And then
any celebrity die from the supply.
Yeah. I guess I will take a I guess I'll take a yellow, and I'm not 100% sure where I'm putting this yet. I guess I'll try it as a 3. I guess is that
I'm lost again. What action did you take?
I'm still finishing
Oh,
my
you're doing it. Okay.
bonus action.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide what face I want to put this on, because I'm also trying to figure out what die I'm going to be potentially getting once my turn actually starts. It was either a 2 or a 3, and I'm not 100% sure on what I want. I will do it on a 3. And just to be clear, so if you go here, you are spinning the dice from here first before you get the kickback die or whatever.
Yes, so you cannot use this one, collect these ones in order to finish.
You can or
showcase.
you cannot.
You cannot. You
Okay,
cannot.
got it. Yeah, I guess I'm putting it there then. And then what action am I taking? I guess I will go. Oh, I can't go there because it costs 3. Unless I discard a die. Thumbs up. Oh, that goes up on that track and then I get a yellow. Yeah, let's try that. I'm going to discard this die.
The thing is, you cannot do 2 bonus actions in one turn. So you did this, so you cannot do that.
Got it. Only 1 bonus action per turn.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go. I guess I want some of those, which are those, which means I'm definitely taking a yellow. I take that one. I go up on a track. Okay, I'm just gonna do something and hope that it turns out good for me. I'll go here and take this, I think, which gives me a red and a bump on one of those tracks. I'm spending my 2 jugs. Have this go here, gain a die of my choice. I will take a pink 2, I guess. Oh wait, shoot, I messed this up. This should have been a 2. Sorry.
Okay.
Cheater.
This is a 1.
Cheater.
When some of your things just need a square and then some of them don't want a square,
yeah,
it's okay. Okay, so that was that. I did these 2 things. I went on track. I got my bonus. I think I just have to bump a die now. Oh, I didn't collect my 1 red yet. Collect my 1 red for that. Okay, and now I'm taking a pink or a teal 1. I'll take a teal 1 and place it here.
Whoa.
I guess I'll just place it there. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I think that's my turn.
Okay, so it's back to my turn. I'm going to take a collector because I don't have a apprentice dice and I don't like to take a break turn at the moment. I'm going to take this one here, which gives me a teal die anywhere on the stage, that's going to be this one here. Then I collect 1, 2. Well, actually, I could use most of this. Here. Roll them. Place it on the playboard. Oh. And take 1 skill. And place it here. That gives me some incomes from my training, which is 1 inspiration and nothing else. And hand limit, and that's my turn.
Okay, that was faster than mine's gonna be. I what am I gonna do? I don't have any dice.
We're probably collecting.
I don't have enough fancy thumbs ups to get a die.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So instead of that, I am going to it seems like the wrong call, but I'm gonna do it. Gonna do it anyway. No, I do like that. Maybe I do like it. I'm gonna go like, no, yeah, I'm gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. Why is this game hard? Okay, no, that's fine. I will, in fact, do the one that only gives 4 dice because that's what I'm doing. So I take one of these, one of these, one of these, and one of these. And I shake them up. And then I move them over here. Okay. And then I take 1 thumb up. And then I take 2 inspiration. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, that's about it.
Great.
Did you take the bonus from the card?
I did.
Okay.
The
good.
thumb up,
Then,
yeah.
Yeah. And you forgot to take the pink die slot.
I did not take pink die. Let's do this one. And that can be any pip I want.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, now it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
I'll do essentially the exact same thing.
Copycat. Okay, get them pink dice.
Take a pink. I guess I'll put it in my upper right. Guess. Then I'll take one more pink to add to this grouping. And I'll gain a red resource. And that is my turn, I think.
You are also collecting some skills from your...
that's right.
Skills.
So I gain 2 more skills to pay
Yeah,
2 more bills. Got it.
You can pay 2 more bills now.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Easy come, easy go.
So it's my turn. there. 1, 2. Just take this one. And the first one on the here. So that's one more skill for me. I will to have this one. And yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, so back to me. I shall do something amazing, which will be pretty cool. So I go here with a blue, dip, which lets me take a,
Teal.
that's what I said. Which lets me take a blue. And hold on, what does that? Okay, let's go. I'm gonna take this blue, teal, which gets me a card and a potion, inspiration. The card I take will be this one. And this goes here, which I must. Am I gonna take the other card? I'm gonna take the other card. I lied. Which I must pay to place that thing. And then I take a die. Yeah. Which is gonna be a ink one. Oh, did I mess it up already? I did. Son of a gun. I totally messed it up. I see what I should have done. Oh, those pimp numbers. Oof. Okay. Hold the phone. So I placed a blue. There. Instead of that. Instead of that one, I'm still going to take that card, but I have to get back this thing. I'm going to place it here and take this thing, which still gets me the card and gets me one of these, which once again gets me this thing. And then this goes here. And I already paid 2, so I just need to pay an extra one to place that. And then I take this 2, which goes there. And then finally my brain is done. I think I did everything.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I will, as a bonus action. So, can I do this like sell several dice at once or just one die?
Yeah, you can do that several times. You
Okay.
can spend
You just can't do the
everything.
variety. You
No,
can do
correct.
each one of the. Is it just this one that you can do as many times as you want? Like that can't be done multiple times, right?
No, you can only do this one once.
Got
So obviously, flipping back is only once, but yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah, that one is also once.
got it. Okay. I guess I'm gonna spend these 2 dice to get to inspiration. And then I will go here, I guess, and take this, place it here, which costs 2. My bonuses are this and this, so I get a die of my choice and I get 1 inspiration. The die of my choice will be a teal 2, I guess. And then I will take this 1. I think I did it all.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna place.
So it's my turn.
Oh, sorry. I guess you can have a turn.
Yeah. Allow me to have a turn.
No, you're taking a break this turn.
I'll allow it.
Okay, that's there. I'm taking this one. I must pay 2 inspirations, and I'm taking this token here for 1 skill and 1 card. And finally, I'm taking this one, and my turn's over.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, now it's my turn. And I'm gonna do this. Incomplete. I guess I want to start this. I don't know if it matters. Complete this one. For these 4. And that costs me 1 of these. And I get another card, which will be this one. And then I also get 1 of these. And 1 of these. Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, and then I take 1 of these things down, which will be see, I've got a blue and a pink, and the blue is a 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take a blue 1. Okay.
My turn.
Yep.
I will get rid of. I guess I'm not getting rid of anything yet. Let's go ahead and throw a. You know what? This just seems correct. Let's just add a pink 3 to these other pink 3s.
Yeah.
Um,
Match it up.
yeah, I get a bonus for that, right?
Of course.
Okay, let's go.
Of course.
Wait. I might have lied. Let me think about this.
Okay, now I'm gonna use that.
I'll allow it. So if I go there. Okay, I think I'm going to spend these 2 dice to get 2 of this. Just going to try and do my turn and see what happens. I will go here. Or do I want to diversify? No, diversifying is for suckers. Let's go here. Oh, did I want? Dang it. Okay, I'm going back and forth on what color thing I want.
Did you cheat? What did I miss?
Yeah, I'm cheating.
Dang it.
Every
time.
I guess. Oh man, I want to give myself more options though. So that is yellow. That is teal. I don't care about those. So what pink spot can I get to in 2 moves? I can get to this one, this one. I cannot get to that one or that one. So my options are double star or get a die and move up on the track of my choice. I really like the sound of that last one, so yeah, let's try that. Okay, go here and move to here. Go up 1 on this track and gain a die of my choice. I will gain a yellow 3, I guess. And then that was that. I'm taking this and placing it here, which costs 3, so I'll spend my 3. And then I'm taking a die. I think I'm taking this one. Sure. And I think that was everything.
Okay. Taking showcase action. I'm finishing this one
Oh, fancy.
by discarding this 4.
Yay,
and
bonus.
also 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Check it.
That'll take
Can get
this.
1 any resource. And I take one of the cards. With the cards, I get I will take I will press my luck and see. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so I finish this, so I take a like, which I use for flipping instead of increasing 1. And I finish it exciting 1, so I take 1, 2, and take one of those. Oh, which one do I take? 3 pink and 3 pink. So I take this one. And that's my turn.
Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna spend 3. No, that's a bad plan. Yeah, I'll spend 3. For this sucker.
You cannot take that, unfortunately, because
Oh.
your color of the die
Oh,
is
is
not
the
teal,
is
so it has to be the same color. So what you
that's-
can do is
Maybe.
to flip this
Nah,
one.
it's
If you
fine.
want
I'll do a different thing.
that.
I'll do a different thing.
Sure.
I will go there. I will take this one, which gets me one of these and one of these. And then I will pay 2 to place this. Oh, it's not quite what I wanted, but that's okay. Place this here. And then I will pay these 4 to do this thing, which is take a die and place it in anywhere, add a thing, and add 2 things. Okay, so add a thing, add 2 things, take a die and add it anywhere. It's going to be one of these. It's going to go right there. And I already did gain 2 things. Okay, and then I take this. Oh, I went there. Sorry, this is going to go here. So it's a 3. And then I'm going to take this 2, put it there. And that is that. Right? Yeah.
I will place. I'll place this here. Play out this card. Paying these 4. Paying 2. And I get 1 red for that. Get 1 card. What card? I guess I'll take this one. Sure. And Evan doesn't get anything because it's this symbol.
What?
Right? Because you don't have any that have that symbol.
That's malarkey. I forgot all about that.
Yeah. Should these be like in 2 separate piles, or how do you suggest stacking these?
I suggest to put it like from bottom to top like this.
There's a
Got it.
little.
But then you can't see the.
Yeah, you can because
Oh,
it's down at the
I
bottom.
see.
No,
too,
there is
yeah.
a reminder.
I
on
see.
the-
I see. Okay,
It's down at the bottom.
got it.
Down at the bottom.
Oops. Yeah, not too close together because then they stack. Sure. Okay, so I think the final thing I need to do is take a die. I'll take the pink 3 and place it here, I guess. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything
Okay.
else.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, you took all the bonus from the here and
Oh, I did not get that bonus. No.
here.
I got this bonus. I did not get
All
that
right.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thumbs up.
All right. So it's my turn, and I'm going to do set this one here to okay, pay 2, 1, 2. Move this one to 1 and 2. And then I get 1 inspiration back and 1 yellow die on any space. It's going to be messed up. That should be. There's no way that I can do that. Okay. And this token here. And finally, I'm taking one of the celebrities. And I'm going to flip my token, light token, to change this one to teal, but on the same spot. And yeah, that's it.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go here. And I placed a yellow, which means I can take this one. Let's do this one. So I take the yellow. I will be getting one of these and a teal onto my board, which I will place here. And then that's those two things. This goes here. Right? Yes. Which cost me 2. And what else am I doing? I did that thing. And now, is that it? Or now, oh, now I take one of these teals. Did I do everything? I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll start by discarding a die. I'm going here. I guess I want to do this. So I spend my 2, but then I gain 1 and 1. And then I am taking one of these 2 dice. I guess I will take a blue. Is it here? I think that's it.
Okay, so I'm taking a collector with this one. I'm putting 1 pink anywhere of my choice first, and take 3 dice. Take 1 skill. What's this one? Gain some income from my training and advertise, and that's end of my turn.
Oh, so much faster. Okay. I am going to get rid of, I mean, not get rid of, I'm going to do one of these.
Do you have, I don't think you have apprentice die to do that on this turn.
Oh, I need an
Yeah,
apprentice die to do that. That's up there. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I forgot. In that case, I could. Now, can I flip this token to get an apprentice die down here? Is that what that is?
No, it's only for changing, manipulating the die that you already have.
Okay. I thought this symbol was take a die and put it on there. Okay. Is that symbol not take a die and put it on there?
This one this one is to change the die. That's why I put a question mark there, just to differentiate from the other icon. So this one
maybe
is to
I think I did this one wrong then. Because when I did this, I took a die.
Took a die as an apprentice?
No, when I paid this thing.
No, that was correct.
Yeah, you did.
You are
Yeah,
supposed
that
to
was
take a
correct.
die there.
This one is the right one.
Oh,
this is a different symbol.
Oh, is it?
It has a question mark
on
on
it. Oh, it has
it.
a question mark on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's not. Don't take a die. Okay.
It's just change one of your dice.
Okay. Is there a freebie action that is a take a die?
As an apprentice?
You can only take apprentice die by the collector.
By the collector. Okay. In that case, I will take this one. And so that is a star. It is
and the yellow die
a yellow die, which is going to go. It could be any number. Is that right?
Yeah, you can choose the pip number.
Okay, it's going to be 3. And then I get a yellow, and pink, and a pink, and 2 blue. And did I already gain my star? I think I already gained my
Yeah,
star.
you already got it.
Yeah.
But what I didn't gain yet is my 3 of these from this thing. And then I think, well, I just roll these and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
Okay, I will snap off this 2B. Get that.
Oh, that doesn't.
Get these. Oops.
Oh, boink. Whoa, 6 dice.
And then
Powerhouse.
oh yeah, the yellow die will go right here, I guess. Okay, let me look at the board real quick. Yeah, I guess there. And then I get my 2 bonuses. So I get 2 of this. I get 3 of this.
Whoa. Fancy.
And then
Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, no, I'm good.
I think that's my turn.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, then it's my turn. Just taking the showcase card to finish this one. I think Sasha gets 1 any resource.
Okay.
I pay 4 and discard this 4 dice. Okay. And I take 1 card. Just this one.
Actually, I guess I'll get
I get 2 likes, 1 flip, and 1 move. From these ones, I take 2 inspiration, and yeah, that's it. Oh, sorry, I did not take one of those. Yeah, now it's Evan's turn.
Okay. That's tough. Okay. So. Okay. I go here. And then I buy this for 3. And that lets me go anywhere. Yeah?
Yeah.
I go right there. And I take this blue one.
Did you also advance on one of the
I did not.
tracks?
Thank you.
Right.
Go. There we go. Okay.
And just to be clear, this is just one crate.
Just 1. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I guess I'm gonna start. by spending 4 likes
Whoa.
and getting a die, or I guess 2 dice, and then 2 inspiration.
Whoa.
2 dice I'm going to get a yellow for sure. And then I guess another yellow. So I'll put a yellow 3 here, a yellow 2 here.
Yellow.
And then for my actual turn, let's go. Here, and I'll go to here. I guess is the only place I can go. Take this. I'm going to pay 4, but then I gain 2. So, yeah. And yeah. That. Oh, I need to take a die. Let's take. Oh, I just got this yellow die this turn. Is it all right if I moved it over 1?
Was it? Yeah. It was the
There's no new
freebie thing,
information.
right?
There's no what? Say again.
It was a freebie,
right?
Yeah, it was a freebie die.
Yeah.
I spent my likes and got it. I for some reason I saw this as being a 1 when I was looking around. But, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
There we go, and I think that's my turn.
Yeah. Take a heal. So 2 first, and take this 1 back to get 1 skill and 1 advancement on the track, which will be this one. I'm getting a what did I want? Did a teal 2. Okay, take the teal 2 from here as well. Before my turn is over, I flip my life token in order to change this one to a yellow 1. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. I'm going to put this guy in here. To play. Let's see. This one. Now I finally did it correctly, I think.
Not worth it.
I can get it right. I can get it right. Okay. So I place that there, and I get rid of 1, 2, 3. Whoop.
Wasn't it this one?
No.
It was here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, and I do that. Okay.
Did you have a enough of the skills? Did you already pay for
Oh,
the
I've been
skills?
paying those when I take the card.
Ah, you have been paying for them when you were taking the cards.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Except for my
So,
starting, my first one I played out, I paid
yeah,
for it
yeah.
when I played it. The rest I've been
Okay.
paying when I take them. Whoops.
Well, I did not notice that somehow.
Yes. So I've already paid.
You already paid for it.
I have already paid for it.
You already paid for it. You have
Yes.
3 cards anyway, so
I have 3, yeah.
yeah, so I guess that counts.
I think I only have 2 left from my starting hand.
Well, you started with 3 anyways, so now
Yeah.
it's like a zero-sum point.
Well,
Almost.
I already
we
paid.
don't know how
I already
many.
paid for this one too. That's
All right.
this one also in my hand. I've already paid for.
Did you pay when you played the
I did.
first 2?
I paid when I played the first one for sure. The second one, I paid when I picked it up.
So you paid this one for
Yeah,
that, and
yeah. The first one I paid when I played it, because you said it and I did it, and
okay.
everything I picked up, I paid for it when I picked it up.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there is any way that we can track it back like
Do you want to
exactly.
just
So
gain the points of the card that was not in your starting hand? Do you know what card in your hand was
Yeah,
not in your starting hand?
I purchased this card. It cost me 3.
I guess go
I
up
can
3.
just take it off now if you want. Yeah. Okay, so now when I take a card, which I'm about to do, I don't have to pay for it, which I've been doing by mistake. I will do. Let's do one of those look similar. Oh, that's the difference. I see it down at the bottom. I'm gonna take this one. I'm not gonna pay for
right.
it. And then I will gain these things and these things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2,
2, and get
2,
inspirations.
and 1.
Not for this, because
you don't have that symbol.
this one is not the same symbol.
Okay.
So there is this icon here.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I see.
so-
I see. Okay. Sorry, that's really tiny. Okay, there we go. Got it.
I do get 2
Got it.
any resource for that.
Hey, what happened?
This because of your exciting showcase, I do have 2
Oh, okay.
completed, so I get 2 any resources for these 2 cards that I completed. So I just took 2 skills from yeah.
Oh, and then I have to take a die, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will take. See, there's a blue 3. I will take a blue 3. Sorry, teal. Oop, wrong spot. There we go. Okay. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Great.
I will go here and play a card from my hand. Let's play this one. So I have to pay 2 of this. I'm paying these 4 dice. I get a new card. Let's take I guess this one. And then gives me a star because of that. And then I get 2 thumbs up.
Yeah.
And I think that's that. Oh, I take a die. Let's take. I guess a yellow. Because apparently all I care about is yellow dice. Now that's my turn, I think.
I don't have enough of the skills just yet. So I'm just going to take a break turn and take 1, 2, 3, and yeah, that's end of my turn.
Oh, that was fast. I was gonna start strategizing. So instead of that, I need one of those things. And to get one of those things, I need to place one of those things. Fair enough. So in order to do that, I need to do that. Okay. Sure.
Sorry, is this something that I could have done in addition to this, or is it either or?
No, it's either or.
Got it. Just checking.
I'm gonna go here. Okay. Oops. Here. And there's only one option. So I will take that one. I will pay my 2 inspiration. Place that there. And then I will take, let's see, this one. And this one. So I did those 2 things. Is that it? Do I just take the die now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I guess I'm collecting. So I will collect. I will collect a pink. I guess I'm collecting it from here. This will go here. Then I gain. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Okay. And then I gain a bottle. I gain 2 bottles from up there. And I gain 4 stars. And I think that is all of that. And yeah, so that's my turn.
So, action. Showcase action. Discard these 4 dice. Paying 4. taking one card from there. And I get 2 likes, 1 and 2. And this one is harmonious showcase, so I take 2 skills. Evan does not. No, Sasha has 1, 2 harmonious
So I gain 2
showcases, so
resources.
you can get 2 resources. And
I will do that.
yeah, that's no, I didn't take 1 die from there. That's going to be this one. Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
I think I'm gonna go. Here. I'm gonna move, which gives me 2 stars.
Um,
Oh, what did I do?
There's only a pink one, so you might have to flip your token to consider this one as pink,
Oh, I was
or
looking at the wrong
do one
thing.
more.
I was looking at the wrong thing. No, I want the blue one. So I will go here, and put those 2 stars back. And then I get a star advance.
You get a so you're coming from here, so star and a thumb advance.
Star, which gives me a star. And what is that? A thumb?
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah. This one.
Oh, it's thumbs down. Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
There.
And then I take this and put it here for 2. Yes. And then I take this and put it here. And that's it.
Okay. Let us do something good. I will take. What action am I taking? Guess I'll take this to here, and I'll take this for 2 stars. Is that right?
Yeah.
Whoa, cheater.
Pay 2 stars. And then I take a cube, and then that's my turn. I'll take.
You didn't get your advancement on your track.
Oh, yes, that as well. Sure. Let's go. I'll take my blue. Guess I'm placing it here. I think that's my turn.
All right. I'm taking a collect turn this time, and yeah, okay, this one. Yellow. Teal. Advancement on the track. My choice. This one. So income, 2 inspirations, and 1 skill, and 8 cards, and that's it.
Boom. Where did that go? Boom. That costs these 4. Oh, all right. I should not be using that fancy feature. This one, this one, this one. Right? Those 4? No. No. Yep. Yes. There we go. Okay. Those 4. And
Now you pay for the skill.
now I pay for the skill.
Yeah.
And then I grab a thing. This one. And then I just do 2 thumbs and 2 of these, and then I spend 4 thumbs for any type of thing, which will be one of these, and then I get to advance 1 track, which will be this one. And then I get to get 2 resources, which will be 2 of these.
Yeah.
And then I take a die,
Yeah.
which will be one of these.
Take
I
any
think that was
2
it.
resources for the exciting showcase that I have.
Okay.
Since I'm the previous player, so I'm gonna take 2 skills. Yeah.
And it's my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I will go here. Take this for 4.
Whoa. Fancy, fancy.
Go 1, 2.
Don't call me Clancy.
3, 4. And then I just take a die. Oh, I bump a track. I'll bump this track. And then I'll take a die. I will take. Am I just still crazy about yellow? I might be.
Crazy about yellow.
Let me just double check really quick.
Oh, you don't have any space for it.
Yeah.
Oh. I guess I'm crazy about pink. But where do I want it? I'm still deciding, but you can start your turn, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I guess there.
So it's my turn. Sending my yellow apprentice. Need to pay 1, 2 for 1, 2, 3 moves. So 1 additional move. So I pay 1 more inspiration. I get 2 likes. Take this one. 1, 2 likes. Okay, so I am going to pay 4 likes in order to collect a die of my choice. It's going to be pink. And any advancement on the track. Inspiration. And finally, 2 resources of my choice. 1 and 1. Finally, I get this one. And yep, that's my turn.
Okay. So I need a refill. I will take this refill. Which will get me 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. Whoa, don't go there. No. You sons of guns. Okay. I roll those suckers. And then get back over here. Okay. And then I get a thumb up. And then I get 4 of these. And 1 of these.
And 1 pink die on your
Plus
stage.
1 pink die on my stage. Okay.
My turn.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go here. Take this one. Pay 3. 1, 2, 3. And I get a die and a star. And the die that I'm gonna take. I'm getting pretty full up. I guess if I take a blue, then I can complete any card in my hand. Okay, and then I have to take another die, which would be this only thing I can take. Do I get a bonus for filling my thing? I think that's my turn.
Yeah, all right. My turn. There I pay 3 inspirations. 1, 2, 3. For a yellow thing here. I get 1 like and 1 pink die on any space. That's going to be here. Then I take one of those. Well, this one here. Right. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, so it's been a couple of hours. We should probably think about winding it down because I think we have probably another hour in front of us. Is there anything we should do or experience before we cut out?
Not really. I mean, we could score
Yeah. We'll definitely do that.
to
I just mean as
see.
far as like gameplay wise, is there anything that we really should be doing that we have not done just to experience it?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So are we gonna do a more round or just
Should we do
score
one
right
more?
now?
Sure. Yeah, we can do one more. I mean, I don't think I have anything meaningful to do with my final round.
Oh, right.
I have a feeling Sasha has some plans, which is why he
Well, I
asked.
mean, I just
I
spent
feel
all
like
this
it
time
too.
filling this up.
Yeah.
It's sort of be annoying to not get to do anything with it.
Sure. Let's finish out the turn order, I guess. I'll go, then Sasha, you can take your big awesome turn. Let's well, in that case, I didn't quite get to the thing I needed to do, but that's okay. Let's oh yeah, that'll mess that up. That's okay. I don't care. Let's go. Got 4 of those. That doesn't matter. I don't need to maximize my game scoring, even though it seems like I want to. Yeah, let's. Yeah, that's not gonna work either. I was, yeah, in the middle of working towards a thing. Okay, so let's I'll just take a collect resources round because that yeah. Break turn. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I'll take one of these break turns, and then I will use it to do the cool thing up there. I'll grab one of these. I will bump up one of these, and I will take 2 of these. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play out one of my cards. Play out. I think these are exactly the same for me, so I'm just gonna play one of them. My choice is between this one and this one.
I'm gonna come
So
back shortly.
what shape am I removing from here? I could do either one. I guess I'm gonna remove this one to complete this one. And pay 4 and gain 1. Also gain 3 likes.
3 likes.
Draw a card, but that's not gonna matter, I don't think.
Nay.
And then I mean, I guess I'd also spend my likes to do that, but I guess that bumped me up a track, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Spend 4.
Give it to it.
Get to that sweet top spot. Get a die, which will be a yellow because I love yellow. And get 2 things. I guess I'll get 2 of that. No, 2 of that. No, it makes sense. Do that. Okay. I think that was all of that. I would get 1 die from spending the likes, and I'd get 1 die from here. Neither of them I think I really care about that much. I will take, because it doesn't, these don't transfer into points or anything at the end of the game, I assume, right? Leftover dice.
Yeah, well, are you taking 1 more die from something?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can take 1 because it's 1 point for a pair of same color dice. So.
Oh, okay. So then I
so
just
take
take another yellow.
Yeah.
Because I love yellow.
Nice.
So
Cool.
I guess that's the game.
That's the game. Let's do some feedback.
Do we want to score or
Oh, sorry. Let's do scoring.
and then feedback?
I forgot about scoring. Let's do scoring. Okay, yeah, run us through scoring.
I will show you how mine is scored. Then maybe you get the feeling of it.
Okay.
So if you see the top of the game board, then there is the things that you're scoring. First of all, you're scoring depending on the ratings track. I do not have anything on the last three, so I don't get any. But for instance, Sasha is at the like last one,
Mhm.
so he would get like 6 points, and he
And
finished
he did that, yeah. So you get
the
12.
objective, so he will get 12 more points,
Yeah, so
so
18
18
12
points.
on top of 6? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
realize
12
it was
on top of 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in my case, I don't get any. The next thing that I score is the action slots on the player board. I finished 2 columns, which means this one. So I finished 2 sets of it. So that's gonna be oh, there is something here. Well, so I get 0 for that, and I got 3 points for 2
For
columns.
2 columns. Okay. I
Yeah,
finished
but
1 column for 1 point.
Wait, 2 points for 1 column?
No,
2
no. You
points
finished
for
0
the
columns.
finished the
Yeah,
columns. So
I was just trying to understand what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Oh, yeah. Column
so
scoring up here.
these ones here.
So that is having one in each
Yeah.
spot. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I don't have any.
This.
I got
You
that.
don't have any, but you get 9 points for finishing up the whole row.
We do that one now. Okay.
Yeah. So Evan gets 1
2.
point and 2 points, so 3 points. And then the next aspect is the showcase cards, depending on how many cards you finished. So in my case, I finished completed 4, so I get 4 multiplied by 5, so that's 20.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
20.
think did we all do 4?
I did 4 also. Yeah.
Yeah, you all did 4 at this point.
And that's halfway through the game, right? You said it goes till 8?
Yeah, it goes to
Yeah.
8 in total.
Right.
And then you score based on how many times you did for the scoring conditions here. So for instance, mine, 1 pair of horizontally aligned pink markers. So 1, 2 pairs. So each time 4 and another one. So I score 8 for these 2 cards here. And then, so that's 4.
Oh, they don't
4.
have to be adjacent. That's
They
right.
don't have to be adjacent. And these ones here for
Right, I forgot
just
about
how
that.
many pairs I have. So I have 4 pairs of each. So 8 plus 8, that's 16 for me.
Wow.
That's how it's done. And then some remaining resources. Any 3 resources of one kind will be 1 point. So I have 2 points for skills, 1 point and 1 point for each of these inspiration and likes. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 points for remaining resources, and 1 point for each pair of same color dice on your stage. So that's 2 points for me. So in case of,
That are next to each
okay, so
other or
you-
just generally?
these ones in general, they don't have to be adjacent. So that's going to be in total 23, 31, 7, 53.
So can you double? So
Yep.
these ones are scoring for this track.
Yeah. So you have
these
3
score
pairs.
6.
So you score 6 for each card. So you score 12.
And this one is also 6.
This one is you have 3 pairs, so 6 points.
Okay, got it. 60. I think 74.
That's how the game is scored, and yeah.
Wait.
All right. Oh, is that it?
I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah,
Okay.
that's how we scored, and that's it.
Okay, great. Let's go to feedback.
Sweet. I guess I'm starting then.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Well, I didn't get the chance to organize the notes that I took very much, so I'll do my best to try and not bounce around too much. But overall, I think there's a lot of things in here that are really cool that I like. I would say my the sort of, I think the thesis of my experience, or basically my main suggestion or my main thought is, I think there might be one or two pieces that are sort of, I don't know, adding a level of AP and complexity in a way that is not like super strategically interesting for me. I think that there are several things that are strategically interesting for me, but I think there's like a couple of things that are in here that are sort of, you have to be conscious of and you have to be aware of, but are not like don't feel strategically rewarding. They just feel like punishing for missing it or forgetting it. And so I'm going to try my best to highlight where those things are. But I'm just going to sort of read through my notes a little bit, and then I'll come back to that. But that was my sort of overall thing that I think I wanted to express with these notes. The number and color icons are not intuitive to me and are not consistent. This just had to do with this, the way that this is, obviously Evan was confused by it when you first explained it.
Yeah.
I asked a clarifying question. I think it is just the way that this is written doesn't really make sense. It makes it seem like I can flip this over to gain a die.
Yeah.
But it is flipping it over to change a die. So if it was like spend a die and then you get that. But that was just my first note. I'm gonna try and skip around to try and do this in an order that makes it make the most sense. Another thought that I had around halfway through the game is, and this sort of ties into my thought of there's like one too many pieces that I have to like be conscious of to make these decisions, but didn't feel strategically rewarding. Is I sort of want to try playing this with it not being dice and them just being colored squares, or I mean, essentially like that. Because I really felt like so many of the dice I was getting, I can set the value of what they could be. So then the number just didn't matter at all. And the ones that I had to choose, I was mainly caring about the color anyways, because there was enough wiggle room. It felt like there was enough wiggle room that I could just make the shapes that I wanted to. I just needed to make sure I got enough of the right colors. So I just wasn't feeling like I was caring about the numbers on the dice really, except the fact that I had to. And I didn't feel like I had strategically interesting decisions with what, like, the number of dice that I was getting. I felt like I was just getting a color, and then I had to choose a number because that's how this worked. But it wasn't like strategically interesting what number I was choosing, at least for me. So I think that I feel like that's where a lot of the hangups were for me and for just the flow of the game is sort of being conscious of the pips. And like, wait, what? So what slots do I have available? Like I felt myself having to process my turns and my actions a lot more because had to think about what pips. First, I had to figure out what pip I was going to be putting out. Like, I'm putting out these dice onto the center board, and they have pips on them, and it can set up a future turn. Like, if I put a die here, I could eventually get that die back, and so I'm sort of being conscious of what dice I'm placing out, like based on their number. But I also, if I think about that too much, it just causes me to freeze up AP wise. And so I eventually just tried playing as if the dice didn't have pips on them, and I found it a lot easier. And there was only a couple of times where I needed to start, like, where I had to worry about it. But yeah, so
Let's see.
Don't the this is not a big thing, but just like terminology wise, we kept like with the teach kept like saying inspiration, and for some reason my brain was not connecting this jug icon to inspiration. I don't know if there's maybe like a way to sort of explain how the jug is inspiration more or something, but that was something. It's not a big deal. This is mainly sort of a teach and thematic thing, but just for learning the game, understanding what each of these was called, I found myself just calling this like star and jug, and when someone would say inspiration or skill, is the word skill? Okay. I had to like think about it a little bit more because I just didn't intuitively think that, oh yeah, this is skill and this is inspiration. It was just star and jug to me. But yeah, that's not like a big thing. That's just like a flavor and potential teach thing. Having a reference for icons for first time plays would definitely be nice. We eventually got it, but I feel like having a player aid like this that just explained what the different icons meant would be helpful.
So yeah,
it's in the rule book.
At the end of the rule book, I placed a list of the icons that you can find. But yeah, could have been nice.
Player aid or something with this information. It is a decent amount of information, so I can see why like having it on player aid might seem a little bit intimidating. But there's definitely times early on in the teach where I was like, especially that also clear up my if the jug and the star said like inspiration and skill next to it, then I wouldn't have to be like, oh wait, which one is that again? Again, that's getting into sort of teach stuff, not as big of a deal as far as gameplay, but it does certainly help for learning. It's felt a little bit funny. I said, what do the fan cards do after they leave? I was sort of like, it sort of felt a little bit weird having all these cards that like like one of the symbols gets used and then gets discarded. I sort of just wanted these to just stay here. I didn't feel like I didn't do it. So maybe if I was doing it, I would understand why these need to flip over more. But it felt like we have a bunch of cards here, and I didn't really understand. I don't know. I wanted these cards to do something like when they came off, or you get them and they are worth points, or I don't know. It just felt a little bit funny to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh, why does a complete showcase help one other player? That was something that felt a little bit it felt sort of somewhat random to me. When I heard that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and complete a showcase early on to get some extra bonus. But the fact that you get it sometimes based on what the other person plays or not, and it's like it only matters if the person to your left is completing one of the same suit that you are making. It just so happened that the strategy that I was ended up going for was the inverse of what Evan was going for, and so Evan got nothing out of that. And it just felt sort of it wasn't like a big strategic decision on my point, and it didn't make sense for him to diversify into other one because he had like incentives to go all in and on that one because of the track that he was going up. And so it just felt a little bit like it felt sort of random, those couple resources going out. And so you don't have to answer this question right now, but I would ask, what is that solving a problem, or is it just sort of causing extra upkeep stuff, extra like sort of things to be like worrying about? Yeah.
Okay. I could talk a little bit about the previous one that you talked about.
Okay.
This fan action.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, in fact, it used to be a little bit different. The setup was a bit different. You in the previous version, you are actually collecting these cards under your player boards, and they had different colors.
Got it. Sort of set collection.
So you're exactly. And then it was a little bit inconvenient to see which column you are completing when you have different size at the bottom. You see, so you are collecting some showcase cards for these ones, for example. Then the last one, this fan card, the size is so different that it doesn't make sense. Like
so these were trying to be the columns instead of getting a thing. You just got the card.
Yeah. So then I implemented this this new scoring condition system. So I had to figure out how to do this, and also I didn't want to have all the spaces work in the same way. So these ones work kind of like in the same way, but with the module, this one is different from this one.
Okay.
But I wanted to have this game different and this mini game a different one, so that when someone takes it, then a new set of rewards comes up. So you have to re-strategize your next move if you are also doing focusing on this fan action. So that's the thought behind the setup of current iteration.
Got it.
For this one, so you were saying that it felt quite random, that you couldn't really strategize the what card you are doing and stuff.
Well, I think I'm not saying that you couldn't strategize. I just didn't feel like it ever. I don't know. The fact that Evan got nothing from what I was doing, I just randomly had only these cards.
Yeah.
And so he chose to go up on a track that just made it. So I just like I didn't have to think about it and all, and I gave him 0 extra resources. And yeah, that just felt a little funny.
Yeah. I was trying different types of how can I say, like small interaction thing on here. But the thing is, there are different income triggers. So if I had a different one to like make it a little bit less random, borrowing your word, then I felt like it was a little too many things to think about. And when it comes to, for me, when I was designing this part, I was trying to make it as a small part that you can do something while the next player plays.
Mm.
I only did it. I only applied it to the right next player because you played it and then you want to take a little bit of time because the game board will change with the next player's turn. So you might start strategizing from the previous player. So that's why I just made it like an interaction between you and the next player. And also a little bit, it's just the main purpose of this part is to for the players to do something at least once after you played. So that's why it might feel a little bit random. If the other player doesn't go with your own strategy, then you might gain much less, but still you might get something out of it. So that was my purpose of this element here.
Got it. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I feel like the way that this was working just wasn't feeling super interesting or necessary to me. So if your goal is to get some more stuff happening in between turns or having some extra interactions, I think there's maybe some other ideas to poke around with. I personally am generally not. I generally really dislike when there is something that you are giving things to the player just to your right whenever you do something, or something along those lines, where it just depends on where you sat. So like the fact that Evan sat to the right of me meant that he got nothing. If the spots were switched, you would have got something. I don't know. I generally am not a fan of just depending on where you sat down at the table, you can have
something
someone
or not.
that cares more about that or someone that cares less about it.
Right.
Yeah.
I see.
I'll move on though. That's not like a big thing. That was just something that I noticed that felt I felt extra. Let's the inspiration and skill. Oh, yeah. This was an early note. I don't really. It felt fine afterwards.
Okay.
It's
how was that though?
Yeah, and maybe this is something that, because we only played like halfway through, or we played more than halfway through the game, but we played half of the showcases that we'd play. What I wrote down was the inspiration and skill feel annoying to manage, and I got to the point now where like I felt like I was never gonna have problems with skill or inspiration again. And maybe that was just like because of how I was building my thing, but in the beginning it felt really hard and tight, and I kept like each time I did something that spent one, I would get like some of that back. It just felt like I was moving these tracks up and down constantly, and it just made me had to like puzzle out. I don't know. It didn't feel rewarding to be going up and down on these tracks. It felt necessary, but then I got to a point where then I didn't have to do that anymore, and I don't know if that was just like a strategic thing that I did. I made it so that I didn't have to care about my inspiration as much or my skill as much, or if that is just natural in the game that after the first
if you felt that, I think then I did good job for that part, because that's what I was intending to do. People have more limited options in the beginning,
Mhm.
so that not only for the resource, but also for in terms of options,
Mhm.
players can have more choices and more resources.
Mhm.
So as you get more resources, you care a little bit less about what you get from each sections. So you
Mhm.
have more options. So it feels easier and easier as you go. So I yeah, I try to implement that kind of feeling.
Mhm.
So yeah, probably
Cool.
that's the natural thing that you felt.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And if that's intentional, then yeah, I felt it.
Okay.
Okay. So, various. Oh. The There was just like a little note after a little bit after I sort of recognized this free action, that free
Yeah.
action of being able to spin a die. I was just like, okay, well, anywhere that I get a die is just
Mhm.
a die or any three of these resources, and so everywhere that I got a die as a reward felt like it was gave me a lot more options and a lot more flexibility. And so like yeah, I just always would take these die symbols if
Mhm.
I had the choice. Which I mean, maybe that's totally fine, but I I recognize myself like avoiding anything that was not the die symbols because I just knew that the die symbols gave me
Mhm.
more options.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah,
Okay.
I don't know if that needs adjustment in some way or not. It felt good sort of discovering that and utilizing that, but it also felt like it was just like a better resource than the other ones. Because it felt like a wild. Um, uh, just going back through my notes. Simplify some of the various in-game scoring things. I uh, I don't think that this is as big of a deal now that we sort of did it, but I definitely can read that as like the difference between this
Yeah.
and this.
Mhm.
I can definitely see being confusing, but there's also them next to each other, and
Right.
so
Yeah, icons. Right.
yeah, those icons can all sort of be pretty similar looking. Um, maybe it's not a big deal, but that was just something that I when I was looking briefly at things, I would
Yeah.
be like, oh wait, no, that does that,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
sort of going
I get it.
back and forth.
Yeah.
Getting celeb seems better than most other payouts. Yeah, I already said that. Is that why the back? Oh, yeah. And then when I was asking about this track, was that why this track doesn't give two dice, or was it just because getting two dice is feels
Instead
weird?
of the other two,
Yeah, yeah, just like two on
that's
each track except for that one.
that's because of the Excel sheet spreadsheet. So
Got
the
it.
values, because of the values, I
I see.
adjusted like this.
Dice are worth more than the other resources.
Well, yes and no. I try to the so in case of these values here, these are more straightforward, the value for me
Yeah.
to count, for me to calculate. But
Uh-huh.
for this one, because various options, having various options
Mhm.
is not something solid. So I gotta give certain number by playtest and stuff. So that's included. So it's not just the die as one. I mean, the value of the die itself, but I try to add those like not seen into account.
Hmm. Uh, I I sort of understand what you're saying, but I don't fully understand. But it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
just a sort of question, just wondering if it was because you just saw dice as being worth more. But yeah, I understand. Um, okay. Only one bonus action a turn is a little bit confusing. Like why? I guess was my main question. Because like this you can do several times, but you can do
multiple
this
times.
once, and you can't do this once and this once. Or yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, why can't I do this and this in the same turn? Is just like a balance thing, or I?
That's because I wanted to keep it. I wanted to minimize the downtime for other players. So
Okay,
if you
just
could do multiple times of one bonus sections, then it can be quite. It can
okay,
drag
just like
quite a
a
long time.
extra
So
long turns.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think that is an interesting solution to that problem. I feel like there are other places to maybe help reduce player turns that
mhm.
will help the game overall. I like I said, I do think that like I would be interested, and I am curious if you've play tested this, having cubes that weren't dice or just little squares that didn't have pips on them, and seeing if it's still strategically interesting for you, because obviously you made the decision to have dice, and so there's strategic. There's something that you enjoy, want to do with them, but I found for myself that I could pretty much ignore the pips, and it made it easier for me to sort of figure out what I'm doing on my turn.
Mhm.
And yeah.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I am working on another game that has maybe a similar idea, but it also has dice,
Mhm.
but it's more like cubes, like you said, but dice, the pips just change. It's like leveling up rather than
Got
the
it.
placement
It's
itself.
rather than a randomized thing that
Yeah,
has
so
to be
you
placed.
are basically taking cubes instead of dice
Mhm.
in that project.
Mhm.
But I haven't tried only with the cubes because the thing that I was trying to implement here is to make a polyomino.
Mhm.
And if every dice that you collect are like pipless, then it would feel much less of the polyomino builder game. One time I had, I mean, very early version of the game did not have this flipping mechanic.
Mhm.
So you could just spend one to change the die, pip, or whatever. And then it turns out that if you're focusing on these ones, you don't care about the dice at all.
Mhm.
So it loses one big part of the game. So at
Oh,
least in this game, you are taking dice at least 20 times on average from the game board. So you have to think about the dice placement at least 20 times, unless you are trying to use this one more often.
uh, uh,
Um, yeah.
how many dice on average are people getting as like just rewards where you go set the die face? Because I felt like I was getting at least half of the dice that I got, if not much more. I can just set the whatever face they want. In which case, those are essentially the same as just having no pips on it.
So you are currently now you're taking about like 20 dice from the game board, like with the pip. So that's about 5 showcase cards that you can finish with
Got it.
those cards, with those dices. One thing that I was planning to implement was to have pip number instead of this color. Some of them with the color, but the others are with pips.
Got it.
So yeah, something you have to think about the pip, but something you need to think about the colors. That's something that I haven't tried yet, but
Got it.
planning to.
Sort of leaning into the dice more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The number of dice on the pub card feels maybe this was just me. It did feel like getting the lower number pub cards did feel better generally. and I saw you
Okay.
also would always take the lowest one as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the low. This version is, like you said, it might be more beneficial to take lower pips, but it also gives the income from here. So maybe it's right, but if you have more dice, then you can build engine during your turn more. The thing about the number of the dice is more related to the game with the first module, which differentiates the maybe I have it here. Yeah, so here you can see that these ones are related to the collection turn, and these ones are related to the action turn that you're taking on the game board. So if you have less dice, then that means you are going to trigger it more often. However, if you're focusing on these two, then you might want to get more dice to make the engine as you trigger them during your action turn.
The engine is different.
Yeah, the engine is different. So with the module, you might find it more interesting.
Yeah.
Than the base game.
So that is interesting as a module. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, are you expecting players to? When do you expect players to start using the modules? Like the first, second, third, fourth time playing, or
what I noticed about from my playtest was that even though the players, I was focusing on playtests with the gamers who play this heavier strategical games. But there were still some of the people were like more used to games like Calico or these puzzle games. The others weren't really. So that made quite a bit of difference, even though they play heavier games. So for those who like to play like Sagrada or puzzle games, might find it much easier to, add on things more faster, but the others might not.
Got it. Yeah. Just as far as gameplay went, I definitely was, each time someone would take one, I'd be hoping that there'd be a low number one coming for when my turn happened.
Right.
And I do feel like I would have felt bad if I ended up getting a high number. I lucked out with getting a 2. I was like, I didn't even realize that they were going to go down that far. But like there was an opportunity where there was 3 5s, and then Evan was taking a card and it flipped over to a 2. But if it flipped over into a 6, that would have, I don't know. I would have felt like it was a bummer because you had just gotten like a 3 or something. And I feel like, that feels like it would just have been a random, like, unlucky thing.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting for me because before in one of the previous situation, I did not put this engine on the pop card.
Got it.
And then more players felt like taking a card with more dice felt more beneficial. But in fact, in that version, it was more beneficial to take the card with lower number. But in this version, because these are engine,
it's even more
like the other ones, so
reason.
it's actually the same. Actually, if my calculation is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That was just, I guess, the feeling that I had, based on my perception of, I wanted to trigger my engine more times.
Yeah.
And I could do that by taking the smaller numbers. Let's I'm just about done. I'll pass on to Evan. I do ramble a little bit, and we also have just been chatting a little bit, but I thought like collect whenever I wanted. This is another just sort of teach UI thing. So when it's written like this, action turn, break turn, collect turn, it sort of makes it seem like I can choose any one of these three each turn. But I can choose these top two anytime.
Yeah.
This one just happens automatically.
Yeah.
And so sort of showing that or explaining that clearly, I think would help for learning. Because with the initial teach, I thought that I could just like take one of these whenever I wanted, which did seem like it could be broken. But you can't, and it just doesn't sort of visually show that you don't get to choose between one of these.
Yeah. Okay. Good point.
Not sure. The starting. Okay, that was another thing. Yeah. Evan, I'd be surprised if Evan doesn't bring this up, but the sort of you get dealt 3 cards initially to give your sort of start up the one card that gives you your dice. I was sort of just like wanting an even mix of stuff. That's sort of how I made my decision. Choosing the card based on the colors of dice, that felt like a really hard thing to be able to actually like make a good strategic choice at first. And then I realized that those colors determined what pieces you could take.
Yeah.
It still felt a little like I was unsure of why I would choose certain ones, because the information I had was the cards in my hand, and like matching up the colors of the card that I'm taking with the cards that I have in hand doesn't necessarily make sense, because the dice that I'm placing out gives me a different color die, or often will give me a different color die. I don't know how I'm explaining that is making sense, but I felt like it was hard to decide what colors I wanted with my starting ones. What is a common Evan thing is disliking being having to make decisions that will impact your game on the first turn of the game, especially for a first time playing. Just like I don't know what of these decisions makes sense for me. Just give me random, just deal me out 2 that are going to be my points and 1 that is going to be my 3 color dice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's certainly for a first time play. Just like here, you get stuff on these 2 cards and you get these color dice. I thought the dice I got might matter for me. Oh yeah, just reiterating some of that same train of thought. That's everything I have written down. I will be quiet through Evan's thing because I definitely was rambling for a while. But if anything else comes up with what Evan says, then I'll write it down and we can discuss it after his feedback.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing the game.
Okay, yeah, so definitely, first place stuff, with these things. This particular implementation of figuring out stuff doesn't bother me as much as when you're drafting things in a way that I'm giving up something, like draw 2 and discard 1. Because at the very least, like, I'm still getting this stuff. And even though I'm like trading these color things for the bottom thing for the top thing, it doesn't have the same, quite as bad of a feeling of oh well, what if I got rid of the wrong thing? So it's kind of like the way Teotihuacan gives you the starting bonus tiles. It's similar to that sort of, and then the option. So I think it's predicated on the teach telling you why you care what color dice you're getting to start with. And it has to be really clear and really straightforward. And I think as long as you make that very clear and very straightforward, you can look at your starting goal cards or whatever and make some kind of informed decision in a way that would make me dislike that type of starting choice as much as normal.
Right. As I mean, as a matter of fact, I did have a very specific starting setup for the first players.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny that you mentioned Teotihuacan. If you remember the rules, then it has a very specific resources they give for
Yeah.
the first players. For each player, they have different
Yeah.
resources. I had that thing in a one of the previous versions. But then with this version, I thought, maybe I can just try with this from the first play.
Yeah.
Then for some players was okay, but for the others, of course, it's too much to take in the first place. So
Yeah.
definitely right. I will have to take that back to this iteration again, so that the first players do not be confused and overwhelmed by the
I
setup.
do like them, and I think they're very interesting and cool, but not for the first play.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do like how they work, but not on the first play.
All right.
So maybe it would be like, in the box, but add in for your second play or whatever. But and you just take these resources. If this is your first game, take these resources and take these dice or whatever. Or maybe they're front and back. The starter ones are all anyway. Whatever. Turns. You did an interesting job. Something that I kind of have fun with when I play around with game design is not having rounds, and you basically have done that here, which I like. I like that there's a continuous flow. But what that does is it gives kind of no sense of kind of like staging. Like there's no big boss battle every so often. There's no big competition every so often. It kind of the play circle felt very similar the entire time. And yes, my engine is growing and I'm gaining more things when I do the same things, but I'm still doing the same things for the same reasons every time. I guess what I mean is there's no staging in the game. There's no real like play arc. You know what I mean? You're not really building up towards midway goals. You're not really. There's no big shift in what you're doing play wise. So the play itself, I think, is a little too stagnant as far as the play loop.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Some sort of changes in there where you're like, ooh, we've passed this. We made it to this town, and when you make it to that town, there's a big competition between these groups, or whatever. I don't know.
I see your point. Yeah. So if I rephrase what you say, let's see if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, you felt like the flow was okay, but the thing is, it's like, how do you say, what was the expression?
It's a
Rinse
bit
and repeat?
monotonous. It's it's
Yeah,
the same
you're doing
play
the same
loop
thing
over and
over
over
and
and
over
over and over
again.
and over. Yeah.
So in other games, there are things you do first, this one, and on top of that, you build something else. Like you need a storage to place some resource on top of it, something like that. I don't know if that's
There's different
could be
ways.
one example.
There's lots of different ways that it's managed, and some games just don't do it. And it's not the end of the world either.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if the play loop is sleek enough and fun enough and interesting enough, maybe it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But that's something that stuck out to me was I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just do the same thing. I guess I'll work towards the same thing again and again and again. And the only real difference there is I had like this longer term goal here, as kind of like a guiding thing. But okay.
Do you, if you don't mind me asking, it is to have a little bit of feeling, like trying to understand exactly how you felt.
Yeah.
So definitely you play Teotihuacan. How do you feel Teotihuacan is different in that sense? I just want to grasp the feeling.
Well, Teotihuacan does have the building of the pyramid,
Yeah,
right? So you're building that central thing,
yes,
which is one of the ways that you can kind of
right.
focus the attention of like, oh, what are we working towards?
Yeah.
So it has the pyramid. It also, oh gosh, it's been so long since I played it now. I think it had a couple other little things too.
Yeah, building up things.
Yeah, that there was no hard turns at any given moment, I don't think.
Hmm.
But they did have that central building up
Okay,
of the pyramid,
okay,
which kind
okay.
of funneled some of that energy into like, oh, and you didn't
Okay.
even have to participate in that, so maybe not for everybody, but
But I get the feeling. Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Uneven turns is just a thing that is going to turn people off. Some people. Other people won't care. It's just a choice. Some people hate it when you force even turns. Some people hate it when you don't have even turns in a long strategic game like this. Some people get grumpy about it. It's just a thing to know. Because, your end of game trigger can lead to uneven turns.
Yeah.
Okay. The player aids. There is too much information in my face. So you have the information here, right? And like here, and here, and here, and here. Put the information where it is most useful and not a bunch of other places. Because and I am hypersensitive in lots of ways, especially with visual or auditory information. So if you tell me the same thing in 4 different places, I'm gonna have to remind myself every time I glance over there. Wait, what does that do? Oh, wait, is that different than this? Oh, no, that's this. No, that's the same thing. I don't. Okay, that's not a thing I need to consider. Okay, what was I doing for this turn? Right? So you're giving me the same information in multiple locations, which makes it seem like it's different information that I have to then reprocess as, oops, nope, that's the same information.
I see.
So basically, if the information is already in the place where you would do it, like for example, this little flippy do, right? That's a great spot for it because it's right next to where you would flip the do. But if it's, also how many other places? Maybe that's only in one other place. But I feel like there were a few things that were kind of in too many places.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Like for instance, these one collect turn, you get all this information here, but also here.
Yes,
and
right.
they look a little bit different, so you might be confused.
Yes,
if
exactly.
They mean something different. And this one here with this one.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
exactly.
I get it.
Yeah, just put it in the place that it's relevant and don't, because then you have it there. It is there. You don't need it on the player aid.
Well, also this information is also right there.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Right there and right there. This is saying the same thing. Like whenever you get one of these, you do this.
Right.
This is saying when you get one of these,
right.
you go here and then you read this and like,
yeah.
oh yeah.
And then it's also here, and my brain's like, wait,
it several times.
Why are these different? Do I do it 3 times? Like, what's happening?
Okay, got it.
Because every time you give me a visual trigger, I'm going to be like, okay, well that's happening. It's like, oh wait, no, that's the same as this, which is the same as this. Okay, I can cancel those things. It's like in math when you have this big long equation, you can actually cancel out, everything, and it just turns into a 1. You're like, it was just 1 after we canceled everything out. It just looked confusing. Just break it down to the one, basically. Uh, the player before collecting the resources relative to the type of event you're throwing or the thing you're doing. Yeah, that's just a super feel bad moment.
Which one again, please?
The one where you got, I don't
The
know,
bottom right.
whatever, four or five resources off of me, and I got 0 off of Sasha.
Right.
And over the course of the game, it would have been you got 10 off of me, and I got 0 off of Sasha. It's feel bad for no good reason. Is how it feels to me.
Okay. Okay, good to know.
Like in a potential world, yes, it could be balanced and inform your strategic choices. But in the way that it plays out, it mostly is just like, well, I guess I sat next to the wrong person. That sucks. It's kind of like the same reason. It's kind of like when you have a drafting game. That's why you always change which direction you're drafting.
Yeah.
To mitigate the effect of that randomness as far as strategic pathways and options and choices that each player is choosing to kind of like go down, and how that affects the player to their left or their right.
So basically, it feels it's because this bonus is coming from just because you're sitting here, not there.
Right.
So it doesn't feel strategic as well as,
right.
I mean, not very good when others are getting because of their sits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Good
And I
point.
go, oh look, I lost, and I got 0 free resources. Man, that's weird. Is that the reason I lost? No. But it gives me a good thing to blame on the game. And at the end of my first game, when I go write a review, that's just one of those little things that's going to stick in somebody's craw and lower their score by 2 points. You know what I mean? It's just a feel bad, and I don't think you're gaining what you want to gain out of it, like mechanically.
Okay.
Like it's to me, I don't think it's doing enough to inform gameplay to make it relevant or interesting, aside from just that feel bad moment for the player who's not getting stuff. There's various things. There's so many ways to have player interaction in a game, and if you're just looking for ways of player interacting, I just don't think this is the right one.
Okay.
Also, it was a mechanism that even you forgot a couple of times. And anytime you have a mechanism where you're like, oh yeah, also, then you kind of know that it's maybe not super integral to the gameplay. Move only gets last bonus. Spend more to move more. That was not confusing. But it's also, I think you have an opportunity to make this more sleek. Because basically you have a scenario where there's exceptions, where when I cross here, I don't get anything. When I cross here, I get this thing. Why? Well, it's because it's the last thing you cross is what you get. That's fine. It's not that hard. But I think there's an opportunity there to make the system more slick. I'll come back to it. Masters look different. Is there a reason for that?
Well, the thing is, I'm not a graphic designer, so I failed to make a good different tokens for this and this.
Oh, okay. They're all supposed to be different. Got it.
And
not a problem.
well, it can be either that or this one being the same as these ones, but yeah.
If
that's
they're
part
all
of the
if they're
business.
all different or they're all the same, that's great. If only one of them is different, then it's weird.
Yeah, I understand.
And then it's like, well, what does he do this to? Another place where you can, this really didn't happen that much, so maybe it doesn't matter, and I'm just nitpicking. But when you allow me to make a choice in a card market, and then refill that market, and then make another choice after processing the new information, that's just an opportunity to slow down the game.
Yeah, I know that, but I felt like it was one too little options when you had only one of these available. Although you could also take a chance and then take it from this
Yeah.
one, but I see your point. I
Yeah.
mean, it's so much better if you, so much faster if you just take 2 cards from there and then that's
Yeah,
it.
it's happening so infrequently that it might just not matter.
Yeah.
Because you've got this one spot that does it, and you've
this one
got
spot,
that one spot that does
and
it,
this one.
and that one spot. You have 3 spots that can do it. It's probably fine, but my preference is to always skinny it down where you don't give the person new information to process in the middle of the information they're processing. Pips, and dice. I agree with Sasha for the most part. There's so many ways to get freebie dice that the pips start mattering a lot less. And in the current iteration, and all I have is the current iteration, like you told me about modules and stuff. I didn't play them, so I don't really know. But in the current iteration, I do not think dice are necessary, and I do not think pips are necessary. That just wasn't interacted with in an integral way to the gameplay. Like the only reason you care is these patterns, which again aren't overly integral to the gameplay in an interesting way. That second module I think is the one where you had the polyominoes and you're moving those around.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that does bring these in a little bit more. Sorry, I was pointing at the wrong thing. The shapes. Maybe that does bring that in and make that more interesting and integral. As it sits here, the pips don't really matter enough to justify their existence. And these shapes don't really matter enough to justify their existence as it sits. If you give me a polyomino game to play with this, then maybe yes. And even then, I would tell you that you don't need to use dice. And you can save yourself a bunch of money on production cost. They don't need to be dice. Because how often are you like rolling dice? Only when you first get them, and that might as well be a random draw from a bag, right? Like you don't need to roll the dice; they don't need to be dice. So what you can do is, if you want to simplify it one stage, and have instead of pips, you just have a bunch of chits in a bag, and each chit has one of 3 options. It's either a fan, or the long sleeves, or the long hat tassel thing, right? And that's 1, 2, 3. They can be chits in a bag. They don't need to be dice. The only time it matters that they're dice is when you roll them, and that's just a blind draw from a bag. So why not just do that and save yourself a bunch of production cost? So that's stage 1 of just production cost change. They don't need to be dice. Dice are fun, but the production cost isn't worth it, I think, in the way they're currently being used. And you already have these chiblets that I get to move around. I already get to move these around on my board and stuff, so I already have that physical satisfaction of moving things around. Yeah, that's what I have to say about that. I have a further thing with that, but I'll come back to it. Oh, Module 1 didn't seem to be distinct enough to me to be like a. It didn't really seem like a module. It just seemed like you added a rule or two, and changed a rule or two. Is that, I don't know if that's true, but it didn't seem to be notably distinct. And if that's the case, I would just pick the way that you think is a better representation of your game and do that instead of
Well,
offering two variant plays.
yeah, I understand what you mean. The reason why I kind of separated those two parts, you're right, it's not a big change. It's not an expansion. It's rather a smaller module to have a little bit of different gameplay feeling. Is that so in the current iteration, you are playing with the dice, and all you think about is the color of the die that you sent to take the right token from the game board.
Yep.
The previous iteration had you think about the pip that you get as well, and that was a little confusing for some first players. Some were okay to play with it. It took a little longer, but still it was a little one thing too many to consider for one turn. So I separated so that when you are advanced, when you are familiar enough, then you can also play with that concept so that you have more things to play with. So,
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that's tough. It's tough. Because basically, anytime you make advanced versions and less advanced versions and just different, like if things are working differently between the different versions, the likely, like, it's kind of like when you go to a restaurant and they just make ramen. They just make ramen. Do you think that ramen's going to be really good? It's going to be awesome, right? That's what they do. And then when you go to a restaurant and they serve, a menu of 200 different items, it's less likely that their ramen's going to be that good as the place that only does ramen. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
in a thing where you're separating out, well, here's this version of the game and here's this version of the game, most of the time you're going to get the better benefit of just making the best version of the game and presenting that most of the time.
Yeah.
I have seen exceptions, and I have seen staged rule introductions that have worked, but most of the time, yeah.
I see.
Because then, if a person plays it the first way and then they're like, it was too simple. These dice pips didn't matter. Right? And then they never try the second way. Because they were like, all right, well, my first play wasn't good because of these reasons, and I don't need to try it again. So I would say make the first play the best experience that you can. Yeah, you can change dice pips to not dice and just use chits without actually changing how it functions at all. Contemporary. Oh, yeah. Just iconography. The thumbs up is just like way too contemporary of a symbol. The like thumb is just too, like, that's not 16th century Korea. To my knowledge. I mean, I wasn't there, but I suspect that it does not represent much in the way of 16th century Korea. So pick a different icon. So it was just one piece that kind of brought me out because the thematically. Let's get into thematics. I love the idea of playing a game where I'm a troupe of performers in 16th century Korea. Right? I love that idea. But the gameplay is very far removed from that. Very far removed from that. The only thing that really pulls me into the theme is the drawings on these, right? But that's not mechanisms. That's just a drawing. And the fact that you move around a map, right? Those are the two. Well, and plus these drawings too. But again, it's just a drawing. But the map movement is kind of the only piece that's like, oh, I'm a troupe moving around the countryside, performing. And everything else was just mechanics, right? Like, for example, I still have no idea what this entire thing represents or means. I thought maybe it would like come to me during the gameplay. I have no idea what that's for or what it means. Aside from this is how you get scoring. The orange scroll.
I got it.
Yeah. And and these two things here, yeah, like I don't know what those are. Or why a troupe is doing them. This one does make some sense, right? Fans, because your troupe is going to have fans. It didn't like draw me in, but it makes sense. These two, I don't know why, I don't know what they are, or what they represent, but so I think you have an opportunity to get a little more thematically engaged. At the very least, I would pick one of these two and make it different from the other one in a way that is more thematically engaging. However, whatever that looks like. But those two things working the same, to me, is a lost opportunity. Right, because you've got the map and you move around the map, that's cool. You've got fans, which makes sense, but currently isn't really kind of pulling its weight, but it makes sense. And then those two things, which I don't know what they are, but you have two of them that are too similar, I think.
Got it.
Let me see. Oh yeah, and the thumbs up. I think for sleekness of gameplay, this ability here, it sure is nice, but man, does it slow down turns. It really does, because turns have a certain flow, and this thing is just this whole extra weird thing you get to do. And you're like, oh, well, I'll move up this track, I'll grab this die, like it doesn't take forever. It's not the end of the world, but once you start collecting enough of those things, the gameplay feel just kind of goes beer, 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 like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that is going to be another piece of my overall mention that I'm going to do in a moment. Break, turn. I don't know what that means. Okay. The cost on the show cards. This one costs you 2 stars. This one costs you 3 stars. There were some that only cost 1 and some that cost 4. I I don't know if those costs were relative to their scoring potential or not.
Yeah, I try to calculate,
Okay.
try to, how can I say,
Yeah.
expect how many times it can be done, how easy it is to do that.
Uh-huh.
So
And then
that's how, yeah.
okay. Okay, as long as you have awareness of, some correlation between those two things, great. It's kind of like, to me, they just seemed like better when they're cheaper, but maybe that's just not true based on the in-game scoring mechanisms. Resources. Yeah, resources were much tighter at the beginning. And then as you build up your engines, obviously, then you're like, oh, okay, whatever, it's fine. I can blow 6 inspiration to, or 5 inspiration to place that guy out. Sure, why not? Maybe that's fine. It didn't really bother me. It was just I noticed it when Sasha said that. I was like, yeah, that's totally true. the scoring cards are easily misunderstood. Like I was looking at your scoring, and I was like, "What is he thinking?" I was like, "Man, he's gonna lose his own game because you didn't put the pinks together."
Right. Yeah.
And then when you scored and you beat me, I was like, it doesn't matter. I mean, even even if it did work that way, you still would have beat me. But anyway, but yeah, the depiction
Yeah.
of the scoring mechanisms are confusing. Sasha already covered it. You already know it. Let's move on. In-game track scoring. These tracks. I like the fact that they are modular and they send you down a different path, and such. But I feel like and I don't know because we didn't play a full game. I don't know if these are just interestingly distinct enough or difficult.
So what you're saying is they look either too difficult to achieve or not distinctive to each other?
They don't look interestingly distinct. I also don't think any of them are particularly difficult.
Okay.
Because, obviously to get this one, all you have to do is take this action 6 times. Okay. Right? I can do that. Sure, why not? If you also happen to, pick up the scoring cards that matter with that and place, then great, you're going to win. That's fine, right? Because there should be other strategic pathways as well, and that's fine. This one might be a little harder to complete than this one, but by the end of a game, I already had 4 of them. The likelihood that I wouldn't be able to get 6 is very low. So I would say this one is more difficult than this one, and this one is probably more in the zone of difficulty that I would suspect you want. And this one again is probably so easy that we all would have done it on accident, except maybe you, because of your scoring cards. But I think Sasha and I would have accidentally done it. You know what I mean?
I believe that Sasha was advancing on this track and
Yes.
he was trying to do this one. So I don't know, maybe Sasha could answer.
But you say accidentally doing this one,
Yeah.
accidentally having 6
okay.
greens.
Okay,
I wasn't
accidentally
thinking
doing this
about
one.
it, but I might have accidentally had 6
Right.
greens.
Yeah, I think by the
it
end
could
of the
have
game,
happened
he
too.
might have accidentally just had 6 greens, and I would have, even though it didn't matter to me either. So I'm saying, like, I think those might be too easy, generally. And I think that those are an opportunity to make some more interestingly distinct goals. Okay.
Objective.
I definitely picked the hardest one, but that's okay. I still would have succeeded by the end of the game and got all those points. Okay. Yes, the 2 mini games are the same. We already talked about that. Why fulfill contract only 1 row? Oh, that was just a question as far as like, these 2 trigger off of one thing you're doing, and this one triggers off one thing you're doing, this one triggers off one thing you're doing. I'm sure you've worked out the math on how often those things are happening and how beneficial those tracks are. I'm sure it's fine. Or if you haven't, do that. Player board equals troupe. Oh, yeah. So now thematically, I've got a map, and we collectively are in like a caravan of performing troops, right? And we're moving together, right?
there is one how can I say, like agent, let's say, that you assign altogether. This one is going around. The action of this space is called advertise. So this person is going around the whole land, advertising your troupe or the other.
Advertising
Your troupe to the land. So there is this troupe that is performing obviously good or something.
So, okay, so where are we?
You are
The
here
center.
in the capital, in the center, in front of the palace. You're trying to gather attention of the biggest city, while people might still be traveling around to see it, your performance, when they are visiting the capital city.
And
so that's what you're doing.
Agent is going around telling people to show up to the capital city.
It is telling people about your troupe specifically. So like this person would go around and, there is this person that's very good. There is this troupe that's very known for this good events and stuff. And they could be interested and talk more about the people, the troupe, and they might also visit the Hanyang to watch the show. And also, if the word spreads, your popularity increases, and and that's what you want as a troupe.
And there's one agent that we all use.
Yes.
And when he's far away, and Sasha sent him far away, why does he then suddenly change to spreading my message, even though I'm in Hanyang and I can't really contact him?
I don't think I really understood your the last question.
So
you're saying,
so he's far away doing Sasha's work, promoting Sasha's troupe, and then all of a sudden, somehow he knows that I want him to promote my troupe.
Yeah.
How, like?
So that's what you're doing. You are sending your apprentice here.
Okay.
So you're obviously going. You're sending some.
He's traveling.
Horseman or something.
Okay.
Then he hears about. Okay, you're assigning me with a mission or something.
Okay.
Then this person goes
Okay.
to another city, spreading for you this time, and so that's how it's done.
Okay, that makes sense. And we're paying him or whatever. Okay, got it. There's one awesome, like, hype man, and we all want to use him. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fans. Okay. So here, I think, personally, I don't think you need this deck. The refill deck, the pub deck. I don't think you need it. I think you can take these abilities and add them to the fan cards, and it would give more juice. Like it would make the fans more integral to the systems at large. And then when you do a refresh or a refill or whatever, you can just get whatever, 3 dice. Pick 3 dice. Get 3 dice. Get this thing, plus whatever bonuses your fans give you when you refresh.
So what you're suggesting is to combine these pop cards with the fans, and somehow they give dice when you're taking the collect turn. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't know if doesn't have to be dice.
So that's
it could be thumbs ups. It could be.
I think what I was hearing. Let me see if I get this correct. Is basically you're cutting these cards in half. The bottom half goes over to being with the fans. The top half is just like a static thing that.
Take 3 dice. Yeah, the fans are what give you. So like the fans would give you either or maybe both. They have some bonus when you refresh, and or they have some bonus when you complete a certain type of event. But the fans are the ones who would be. This card is what you would be stacking over here for engine building bonuses. Basically, you're cutting out a deck and making these more thematically or more mechanically integrated into the rest of the game system instead of just like taking a one-time bonus and discarding it.
I see. I I guess I understand what you are saying. So you are saying, in that case, how do I what do you think about these tokens that you collect? Why you are taking a fan action? So you take this one when you do the fan action, but you keep, I don't know, this take these ones
Yeah.
later on.
No. It works exactly how it works now, except instead of discarding this guy,
So you
he
just take it.
he comes over here and he says, every time I complete a performance, I get a thumbs up.
In fact, okay, that's I actually, when I was building this, reiterating this section here, I, well, it's now that I think about it, it's kind of funny that I thought taking this one, I mean, taking the token here first, pay, take the token, take the card, felt like one too many extra movement that you do for a turn. But
Oh, I'd much
I
rather do that
suppose
than have this whole other deck.
I see. I mean, for you, it didn't feel so. So um, obviously, maybe I was overthinking about that part.
Well, and just it's such a great opportunity to have the fans matter.
Yeah, I like that idea actually. I mean, I was kind of sad that they had to just discard it from the game board, not
Yeah.
taking these ones. But if this idea doesn't bother you, I mean, taking one token and then the card
No, that's
as
great.
well, if it doesn't bother players, then why not? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the map is move a token and move the token and take the token. This one is move a card and take a token. It's
So just out of curiosity, so you talked about how before the fans had suits or they were one of the four colors, right?
Yeah. They
And
had all different colors.
So the reason that you chose not to have them have colors anymore is because it made doing these more confusing.
Yeah, that's what I felt when I
Mhm.
was playtesting, and I mean for myself as well. I put numbers actually in one of the iterations, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it wasn't really intuitive. It wasn't really fast for you to think, okay, I'm doing this, I will do more of that. So that's why I just removed them. But they had different powers for your actions as well.
Yeah. I mean, just sort of riffing off of, I definitely agree with the core of what Evan is saying, and I don't think it's like, obviously the simplest thing is just doing what Evan is saying, but I feel like there is a way to not have to have this and it just be taking the card. But yeah, that's more steps, and obviously you had it like that before, and so I don't know if it's just a matter of figuring out the scoring for these to be slightly different or having them just the fans not be a track here, and but that changes different. That changes a couple of different things, but if you're concerned for not bringing this over is you don't want them to bring a fan and a token, I do think that there's probably a way to have this be your token and it not be confusing with the rules or with the in-game scoring. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
And then so the last thing is the way that the movement happens on the map, and you don't take something every time you cross a thing. You only take it on the last time you cross a thing. Again, it's not that confusing. It's really not. But I think it would be cool, since, in my opinion, this extra bonus action is too much time consuming in a player's turn. I would instead repurpose that resource because I like what these do. Right, you use them up here and you use them here, and I like what inspiration does because you use it to place almost everything. Right,
Yeah.
thumbs up could be you only get one move and or maybe you don't get any moves. You probably get one. I don't know. Whatever. You'd be balancing it, but you get one move and then you spend thumbs up to get extra moves, or two thumbs up for an extra move, or whatever it needs to be, where you can actually gain the bonus that you're crossing. Right, and then once you stop, you get the box you're in and the token. But every time you move, you're actually gaining the thing that you're crossing, and that could be what the thumbs up are doing, is helping you gain more things on that map. And maybe that's just because I think this is too slow, but I don't know. That's what's in my brain. And I think, aside from that, and kind of some of the stuff that we talked about, like I think the theme of this is very intriguing and very interesting, and I think, are you self-publishing or pitching this?
For the moment, I have been pitching to publishers, and
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I think if you get this cleaned up a little bit and a little more like, and then bring out that the thematic mechanisms, engage the theme into the mechanisms a little bit more, like, like make these guys more relevant in the gameplay, and then make these things more than just a chart, like have it be, I know you told me what those actions mean, but I couldn't tell you, because to me they just look like a chart. But I think if you get just a little, and yeah, I already said these, but this track here, like if you get a little bit more into the theme of these troops, performing in 16th century Korea, I think I would be really surprised if a publisher was not interested in publishing this. Because to me, that's like, oh, well, yeah, I want to publish that. That sounds awesome. You do performances. That's us. Like thematically is a very good. It's a very easy yes thematically, and if you highlight the theme a little bit more with your mechanisms, I think that makes that yes even easier.
I see.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, so if you do not have some bullet points that you already noted, do you mind if I ask a very specific question that I had in mind?
Of course, please.
All right, so I think it kind of aligns with what Sasha's thesis, so to speak. One too many thing to think about during one turn was always what I had in mind. I just didn't really work too hard on it because while I was playtesting, it didn't bother people. So that's why I didn't, like you have it in your mind and then people like it. So okay, maybe it's okay. Maybe I'm the wrong person for my game. So I didn't really work too hard on it. But now that I have one more person, I mean, maybe two more people agreeing with me, Maybe that's a good motivation. So for you, did you feel like it was too staccato to place the apprentice die here, do the action, and then take the die from the action space? Did you feel like it was?
I think if all the rest of it was cleaned up, that basic play loop would not be overly long or complex.
Huh. Because I felt like I felt like I had to remind you. Oh, there's this one. There's this one. You need to take this one. I was putting my mouse on it, so
Yeah, I'm having to guess because there was all that extra stuff, so I don't know if my brain would have also forgot about it in a more streamlined version. But theoretically, I don't think it would be too much.
Okay. Okay. So that's one disagreement from my side. Okay. So because I was thinking, I mean, it will lose the dice polyomino building thing, but I was thinking if it was too long, then maybe I could try to divide this whole action into two. So one, like once you just place it here on the action space, and then you don't take the die from the action space, but you do the action here. The next player or on your next turn, they can use this die to bump out one of the die from the action space. And when they use the die that you sent, then you also get some bonus as well. So that's one way to increase the player interaction as well as decreasing the down.
It's an
downtime.
interesting idea, but I think tracking who placed what might get a little weird.
Yeah, I just was thinking it was very rough idea. It was like a draft. So, but I was thinking to have something drawn on the action space to differentiate for the each players. Although it will it can create some confusion with different colors everywhere.
It might be a little visually. It might be a little visually complex. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not uninteresting mechanically. It sounds interesting, but it might be a little tough to I don't know.
Implement.
Yeah.
So that's I thought, I mean, I was thinking about it actually last night, and since Sasha brought it up about one more thing, I don't know if Sasha, you meant exact this thing or something else that I didn't really point out.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think what I, and again, like I feel like I have to play it to know, but what I was talking about is having to care about the pips was the thing that felt like the one too many things for me personally.
Pip.
Yeah, the number on the dice.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was interesting. I liked this sort of core system of playing in a spot and then I'm doing an action of this color and then I'm going to be getting oftentimes a different color thing that I then have to use somewhere else. Like that I thought was sort of interesting. It was the thinking about what die number I'm placing out there in addition to what die color, and then also what die number I'm taking in addition to what die color I'm taking was, in my mind, what was one too many steps is me having to care about the numbers on both the placing it in and taking it away that I felt like was one too many. Because when I put that out of my mind and tried to ignore it, it felt a lot easier to manage my turns.
Yeah.
But again, that is obviously your decision on how you want, because we didn't play the modules and stuff.
We didn't play the modules.
Like so.
And I think I said this, but basically, with the polyomino puzzle down here, I would either like actually integrate it into the systems more or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mhm.
um, yeah, but
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, that's a lot of things to think about.
uh, one
Uh,
thing that I just wanted to follow up. Evan was talking about this, and he gave a little bit of silence, and I almost like said something in that silence because I also felt weird about the thumbs up, the like
yeah,
resource. I felt like I was always just like, once I get to 4, I do this.
yeah,
right,
That's
right.
that's what the like is for.
yeah,
And that it felt a little bit. It felt a little bit funny. Like I didn't fully understand
Mhm.
what I was doing with this resource, other than getting to 4 and then exchanging it.
yeah,
Um,
Yeah.
and then the fact that I also like the only thing the strategic decision I had with the like resource was I don't want to do this on a turn that I want to do another bonus action, and that was like the
Mhm.
extent of my
right,
thought of this like resource, which didn't feel like it is what the game wanted or what you're wanting to
Mhm.
accomplish with it. So I did like the idea of having the like be used somewhere else,
Mhm.
um,
yeah,
Right. Yeah,
and
that's a good thought.
uh, just having it as that one, it just didn't feel like an interesting resource.
Right.
Anyways,
So you
um,
felt like, yeah,
yeah.
go
No, go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead.
So you felt like there was, I mean, this one was like there's only one option. It feels like there's only one option that you would choose for like resource, and
mm-hmm.
there aren't any things that you can do with the resource. That's what how you felt, if I understand
Yeah,
correctly.
like it might have been more interesting if I had to decide between trading my likes for this and using my likes to
Yeah,
get advantage somewhere else. But
Or
for me, it was just like
yeah,
as soon as I get 4 likes, I'm just okay. I'll try them in.
yeah. It's the one resource that's not really integrated into the rest of the mechanisms.
okay. So let's say if you could use one like when you are doing an action here, let's say whenever you take an action, then you can duplicate the resource that you get from it or something when you spend like
It,
something like that.
that's something to me that doesn't sound like super
Interesting.
interesting, but like it would be some other way to use it. So
Right.
it'd be I think there's a more interesting way. So I did sort of like some of what Evan was talking about with using it for movement
Yeah,
thematically. Uh,
Mhm.
Figuring out the best way to use it could also be good. I did like the idea of you getting likes from
The fans.
the
fans.
fans.
Like
Yeah,
I think that makes thematic sense.
yeah,
And so figuring out a way to have these likes be used for something thematically, I think would be a good way. Just again, sort of reiterating what
yeah.
I was saying, that thematic tie-ins,
Mhm.
I think would help.
Okay. Any other kind of burning questions you have for us, or things you wanted to run by us before we say our goodnights?
Um, One more thing that I
Yeah.
had, I probably you might have forgotten, Evan. You said like between like third or fourth turn, you're saying this game is hard. I know I get that that's kind of a joke, but it must have come from somewhere. So I don't know if you remember where you were feeling that from the game.
Uh, I think it was I think it was the trying to figure out like the why and just all of the extra stuff um, mechanically as well as visually. Just all the extra symbols, showing the same thing in a slightly different way in a different place. Kind of, a lot of the things that I mentioned. There's just a lot of
Mhm.
extra stuff visually and mechanically um, that, once you kind of clean all that up, I think it makes the difficulty go down a bit.
Okay. I just thought of one more question. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
When you are taking the actions from tokens from each of the action spaces, you are supposed to take two different rewards,
Yeah.
like this or from the root and stuff.
Mhm.
Did you feel like it was too much thing to think about, or what if it
No.
was just one same resource that you take from your selection? Do you think it's would it improve the game feeling?
To me, that is not one of the slowdown issues.
All right, good to know.
I think it's more interesting that it is the cross section instead of just one.
All right, yeah. Okay, that's all from my side, and yeah.
Sasha, any last minute?
Oh, did we do the takeaway question?
Oh, yep, the takeaway question. So, Hyunil, what
Yeah.
is really standing out to you from this playtest? Like, what are you excited to try next? What things really resonated with you? And yeah, what'd you get out of the playtest?
You mean from this specific playtest with you guys, right? On
Yeah.
this channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. That's that's a lot of things to put it in one I don't know, one note or something.
Two
Yeah.
words, max.
Two words. Oh my God.
No.
Yeah, that'll be my takeout comment. Oh my God.
Too many words.
Yeah.
Oh, that was three. That was three.
Yeah, I think he was I know that you were playing the game not just as a I feel like I don't know, but I feel like you guys were trying to play it not just as a player, but as a colleague, you know, another designer to see through the mechanics and give decent suggestions, which you did. So I'm very grateful for all the suggestions and thoughts put into this game. And yeah, there were so many things that I thought of sort of before. So
Yeah.
it's awesome to have it again,
Yeah.
to really think about it again, to maybe I can put it back or something. Or there were things that I didn't think about, so which is also great because I can always use those ideas to reiterate the game, to make it better and improve. So yeah, thumbs up for you guys, and and it was really great to play with you guys. Thank you
Cool.
very much.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks so much for bringing it on. I think Sasha probably also felt this way, but anytime we actually get competitive in a game that we're playtesting, you know that there's something, something there. Because I think he and I were both like, I kind of want to finish, but also it's going to get way
Yeah.
too late. But I definitely did want to keep playing, which is a good because I actually was working toward that goal, and I wanted to see if my points would end up matching Sasha's points once I actually got there,
Yeah.
or not. Anyway,
Not a chance.
not a chance.
No,
But anyway, I really love the theme, and I think this game is heading places, man.
Thank you very much, and I wish that I can return the favor. So if there is any shortage of players,
Oh yeah.
just knock on my Facebook.
Is this time slot a good time slot for you to play test games?
It depends because I am planning on making a travel to Ascend this year, so probably one for a month.
Oh, that's okay.
I might not be able, but well, it's not so bad. I mean, it's afternoon.
Yeah. Okay.
So
well,
I started from the 12 o'clock, so it's okay.
Okay. I'll shoot you a friend request, and then once you accept that, then I can invite you to it's called the green room, the playtest this green room, and then just every week I put up what we're playing, and if you want to show up, you show up, and if you don't, you don't.
Yeah. Great.
But let's say our goodnights and get out of here. Hyunil,
All right.
how can people find you and support you in your game design and pitching journey?
Oh, thank you for asking. You can find the WordPress website that I made for this game and further games that I'm designing. I'm constantly updating the rules and what you can find from the game. And also there are some YouTube videos that I made to introduce the game and the show how the turn goes. So you can find them all in this WordPress website. I believe that you will be kind enough to add the link on your description on the YouTube video, maybe?
I think you put it in the thing. So if
All
you
right,
added
all
it,
right.
then it's there. Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. So you have it all, and yeah, thanks again.
of course. Yeah, my pleasure. Sasha, how can people find and support you?
Well, the main game that I'm sort of been pushing this last year, which I have other games too, but this is the one that I talk about the most. Devcoat, Devcoat, the board game, is the Facebook group, but we also have a Discord server, which is S&E Games, where our other designs will be there and can do play tests of our different games. But yeah, I think you probably have the Discord link. I can't remember.
I think that's the one you put in there.
Yeah.
I have been Evan Halbert. Go buy a bunch of copies of After the Empire and all my other games that are going to come out. Including sometime in the next 2 years, Wildwood with Beth Sobel's beautiful artwork by 25th Century Games, and some other stuff on the horizon that will hopefully send me to Essen in 2 years, which maybe I'll actually get to meet Hyunil there, because it sounds like you go sometimes.
Yeah.
And that would be really awesome. All right, everybody, go support Sasha and Hyunil and buy all the games that I ever make. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all saw something or learned something that will help you, shape and improve your own designs by watching what we do here. Thanks, everybody. Let me click the button. Oh, and good night to the chat as well, even though I think everybody went to bed. We are